Destroys our generation. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life. Looking for inspiration all the time. Looking for
And how are we doing, everybody? Getting a move right out of the bat there. Racer James coming in. Also, holy crap. Welcome in, everybody. Hope everybody is having a fairly warm Saturday out there. I know it's pretty chilly here. Welcome, everybody. Yeah, we got some things to show today, as you can probably tell here. What I did not get going here. Step and notice that. Let me fix that. Un momento. Yeah, we got Lacrosse Speedway loaded up here. We're going to be doing a little bit of modeling, I guess, for this one. You showed this last week. Did some testing on it, I guess, as far as with the new NCS 22 mod, I guess, for NASCAR Racing for the season. Trucking guy, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Flashing lights? No, I can't say that I have. I know there's a lot of new games out there that I think the latest game, since we're on that topic, is here for a second. One of the latest games that I've really enjoyed, for the most part, is as of late, is Monbazoo. It's a if you've ever played My Summer Car, it's kind of on the same lines of that, with a little bit different twist to it. You get to build your own car, race it, make money, and stuff like that, and just you got other tasks that you got to do to make money, I guess, as far as that you can build your race car up and all that jazz. It's a hell of a lot of a time waster, just put it that way. But it's fun just to be able to get in there and just goof off, and get away, I guess, as far as from doing some of the everyday tasks, I guess, as far as that are normal. But no, I have not heard of flashing lights anyway. That has been my go-to game, I guess, as of lately. It's just kind of funny. Alright, start that up. Here we go. Okay, did that work? Hopefully. Yes, okay. I'm not even 100% sure, I guess, as far as how useful, I guess, as far as that little mouse tool, I guess, as far as in the bottom left of the screen. I try to show, I guess, as far as whatever clicks or whatever that I'm doing, I guess, as far as... But, anyway, got that going. I wasn't... It's being kind of stubborn there for a second. You have heard of it? You own My Summer Car and have watched some people play it? Yeah. Yeah, I would highly recommend it. Monbazoo is it's pretty funny. Yeah, if you've played My Summer Car, you'll definitely appreciate it, I guess, as far as Monbazoo. And it's still in early access right now, so it's still actively being updated, pretty much on the regular too. There was a small update to things, I guess, as far as since I've gotten it, which I've probably had it now about a week or so. I've got lots of hours into it, so super fun. Highly recommend it. You just got done making a light pattern for the Explorer SUV. Oh, you get. Oh, on the flashing lights. Is that what you mean? Or you giving that? Oh, look at that jackpot right off the bat. Holy crap! Kind of scanning pattern. I am wanting. You're waiting for winter car to get out. Nice. There you go. Get the GGs out there. Hell yeah. I did. That's probably a fair mention too. I did shift around some of the sound alerts. There's a couple of brand new sound alerts, I guess, as far as for redemption of the channel points. Might notice that. And so that's some of the things I've been working on, I guess, as far as behind the scenes. Just to kind of give you folks, the viewers, I guess, as far as...
It was at this moment that he knew. He f***ed up.
There's one of them for you, I guess, as far as to demonstrate. And, yeah, so that uses 100 channel points, I guess, as far as that. Exactly. there's a couple of them, I guess, as far as for your entertainment, I guess, as far as to use those. I've shifted some of the ones that were previously on the channel points onto the soundboard, which for most it's going to be just below the stream. So, yeah, that's just to kind of mention. So if you're used to, I forget which two that I moved over to put those two new ones in there, but those two that were previously in, I think it was the winner. Yeah, I think it was the winner, and I forget which other one. They're now on the soundboard instead of the channel points. So just a fair mention, I guess, as far as for that, just in case you were wondering where those things went. Okay, are we ready to get into this though? I know I am. Been in communications, I guess, with Racer James, as far as some of the things he's wanting assistance, I guess, as far as with the Lacrosse Fairgrounds Speedway build, and we got quite a bit of start, I guess, as far as what we're trying to do here. And we'll get into that in just a second. But the Lacrosse Raceway, so the area that we're going to be focusing on the most here is on the backstretch. Yeah, so the front stretch is over this way. You got the start finish line over here, right? So in the backstretch here, there is this tree line that's through this area, and behind that tree line there is a storage facility. And I do have some picture references, I guess, for that. Bring that up here, just to kind of give you some insight, I guess, as far as what the heck we're dealing with here. And this is what we're going to be working on. It's very simple. Going to be a very simple model. Nothing really complex about it. Here's a picture of the street view through Google Maps. So this is the facilities here that will be. They're just storage units that are behind this tree line on the backstretch. So the fact that they'll be somewhat semi-visible, I guess, as far as through the tree line. So there's not a ton of detail that needs to be put into it, but just the fact that they are there, right? So still pretty evident, relevant, I guess, as far as to have them there, I guess. And we've got starting of our scene here, I guess, as far as our ground plane and whatever to get these things built. And we did some initial measurements, I guess, for these structures here, and it's pretty much, for the most part, the majority of the units that are at the storage facility are 40 by 60, either a 40 by 60 or a 40 by 30. There are some here. I think I've got a satellite image that shows the top down. Yeah, so right here. So these deals right here that are on the backstretch behind this tree line, these here rate about a 40 by 60. And with a 25, around a 25 or so foot peak. So just going back to this picture, the peak of it is roughly 25 feet. The height of this is around 15 foot. So it kind of gives you somewhat of an idea, and especially going by the man door, which is about a 7-foot door. So we've got plenty of information, measurement-wise, to be able to get these buildings done. So this is just another way of being able to use common building practices as opposed to LiDAR, which a majority of the track itself at this stage has been used, I guess, as far as to get that reference. So we can always go back post fact, I guess, as far as getting that to see how close we came, I guess, as far as following standard building practices, and be able to line that up with the LiDAR to see if we were actually correct. Yeah, what is up, George? Trucking guys got almost 8 hours. Almost 8 hours in here. Appreciate that time. 1,855 units of fluid. Yeah, you do earn units of fluid while the stream is live, and especially if you're subbed, you earn much higher rate. But even if you're not subbed or anything like that to the channel, you're still earning yourself units of fluid even while the stream is live. Oh, little TJ, how we doing there? Yeah, so we've been coming in with the tire squeal. We're not doing that yet, but we will be here shortly. We always like to get the test the track out, I guess, as far as once we bottle what we need to bottle. So stay tuned for that. How are we doing there, Yasso? Hope you are staying warm. I know it's a little bit chilly here today. That's good to hear there, little Chi-Chi. Trying to get some things loaded up here. So I got the sandbox loaded here. My 3D Max went wonky on me here. Hold on a second. We're taking a short break from painting. What are we painting? We painting like walls, house? What are we doing? Or like a artistic painting? Little Chichi's gonna play some ATS. Nice. Very nice. Okay. I think Max is cooperating with me here now. There we go. Alright, so we do have this loosely laid out here. So this ground plane is already scaled, I guess, as far as for the proper size and the layout for what we want to do. So we're basically going to end up building these semi in place. So without bringing the actual track into the scene, we're going to build this based on the scale of what we got here in the ground plane, right? Now, this is something that I kind of thought of, I guess, as far as post-factive speaking in communications with Racer James. Majority of the items that he's got in here so far are all zero-oriented. I'm not 100% sure how much he's wanting to keep everything that's being applied to the track in that fashion. What I can necessarily go by, even post-factum when I build this, he's already got this area laid out, and it's already scaled and sized via basically my ground plane, in comparison to the ground plane that I've got in Max here. So in theory, at least anyway, I should be able to put that model, it should line up with what he's already got in here on this outfield object around the track, outside of the track. So we'll see how close we get here. Little things like this can be placed sandbox after. Yeah, what I was specifically speaking of there, James, whether or not you were wanting to keep everything zero-oriented. Yeah, those sound commands aren't in there anymore, Mr. James. They're all either on the soundboard or channel points. That's what I was mentioning there, too. That I did shift some of the channel point redemptions for sounds. Yeah, those in the chat bot, they don't work that way anymore. No, it's just place it manually in sandbox the old way. Okay. Alright. I know some of the items, like I was mentioning, you do have them zero oriented, so I didn't know how much. I know, like, with Torch's Texas build, he's got pretty much everything in that track, all zero. Everything is built in place with the track, taking into account, I guess, the track being the center of attention. Okay, so mainly just the base world stuff. So I got you. I'm with you. So the outfield, the infield, and all that jazz. Yeah. Fair enough. Okay, cool. So let's get into this. So we, like I said, we already got this roughly laid out as far as measured out. Worked with the Racer James here a little bit, I guess, as far as to understand what he considered, I guess, as far as these buildings to be, and to get what we build here to line up with what he's already got on the outfield texture in the track, right? Well, this area here is what we're trying to conform it to. All right, so these buildings here, for the most part, we've considered these to be a 40 by 60, so 40 wide, 60, and a 25-foot peak with a 15-foot ceiling. Just for reference here. And then these here would be 30-foot deep, half as deep. So the majority of these buildings are basically the 40 by 60. And going by our picture reference that we have here, you can kind of see how that pattern is there. Here's the half deep ones, and then here's the 60-foot. They have double doors. We'll get into the texture and all that stuff. What we want to do is just get the simple model. So we're not going to get too detailed with this thing. It's just going to be a simple shape. It'll have the peak with the walls on it, and we'll be able to texture it. Whether or not, this is something else that I thought of, I guess, as far as, just thinking ahead, I guess, here a little bit. being able to put the boolean cuts for the doors, to be able to texture those, I guess, in those positions here. Whether we get that detail with it, that's still yet to be determined. We'll just kind of play it by ear and see what happens to fall in place here. So what I do have here is a simple box that is at the 40 foot wide, of course in meters, but basically represents 40 foot wide, 60 foot deep. And this plane right here not only helps me get to that size initially for the ground image, the ground plane, but also to get my peak. So this is going to be representative of approximately a 25 foot peak. So I'll be able to build off of this box to create the peak and so on. Alright, so what's with the truck horn? Save your files. I want to make one with an open door scripted by Erase. Oh, cool. Yeah, we can do that too. That was something else I did set up. It's a good thing you mentioned that. So I did set up an initial script that only has, so far, anyway, is just a population switch. So by depress of the O key within the sim, it allows it to depopulate as far as to hide it, if you will. So we can, there's things that can be added to this, see fit. But yeah, everything will be saved. I've already got initially a scene saved with this, with what you see here right now. So I'll be able to save that as it gets built. The approach that I'm going to take to this is basically, I'm keeping the box shape here, like this, right? And once I get this first initial one built, I'll be able to clone that, put them in the other respective spots, but also to resize it for the less deep ones, for example, because they're all basically cookie cutters of each other. And I think some of them, based on the picture, some of them have a bigger door, and some of them have like a double door. Some of them only have a single door. So we'll be able to play around with that. And that was what I was kind of loosely thinking about, possibly applying, I guess, a Boolean cut, I guess, to put those doors in those particular positions. Whether or not that'll be sufficient or not, we'll see what happens. We'll just see how it goes. Bring some life to the area. If you know, I know that's probably a good point there, James. So I wonder if some of the teams might tend to use these storage facilities as a quote-unquote race shop, I guess, for any particular race session at the track. They look like they'd be. They call them condominiums. They don't call them just storage garages or whatever. They call it Eagle something condominiums, storage condominiums. It's like, wow. So I'm assuming they probably have like temperature control and all that stuff, you know, as far as AC in the summer and heat during the winter, all that good stuff. Pretty crazy. All right. I don't want to do this. Yeah, so first thing I want to do, so I do have a modifier here for our box shape, I guess, as far as with editable poly. That's what I want to do. So I'm going to grab it. I don't know which way I want to do this. I think the way I am going to do this, there's a couple of different ways I can do this, actually. I think the best way to do this, since I've already got this plane already set in the center, right? What I'm going to do is just take this top poly, and it is highlighted. I do have it turned off so it's not solid, so you can still see what's going on. But you can see the edges for that poly that are highlighted. I'm going to delete that, right? And then what I'm going to do, like I said, because I've got this already centered, I'm going to build off this edge on either side and just snap it that plane. This is one way out. And I don't need the bottom on this thing here, so I can also take that out. That should work too. Sweet. Let's see. You can tell by the picture which has two doors or not based on the cement drive. Yeah, that's probably a good point too. So in the view here, you can tell which ones do have the double doors and which only have a single. I think Racer James had pointed that out to me. Even with that, so some of these are wider, obviously. You can get an idea. So we'll be able to work that in to the model just as far as once we cookie cutter it. If we do find it necessary to have to like boolean cut, I guess as far as a different model. So what I would want, the approach I'd probably take with this is build one set, get them all in place, and then determine whether or not we need a boolean cut on which building, and go from there. We'll probably have to make several sets of a boolean cutter into each one so that we can get that. We could do it either that way, or we could make a clone of one that has the single door, one with the double door, and go from that, and then be able to clone, I guess, once we cut that. So there's a lot of different ways we could go about this for sure. We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves though. What we need to establish here first is the initial shape here. So we want to go to edge, editable poly rollout, grab this edge. Now, make sure I don't have any snaps on just yet. And then I'm going to shift drag this out, and I'm going to snap it right to that plane there. And I'm going to do it by individual verts here, why not? Let's do this. Put my snaps on, vert snap. And snap it right. Oh, hold on. Get it over to it. There we go. To make sure that's snapped. Yep, cool. And we'll snap this one to that. This is one approach you can take to it. It's absolutely not the only way you could go about this. I just figured since I've already got this plane already set right on the center of this box, this simple box, and also the height that I needed at. The pivot on this particular ruler that I am using for that, so it's not welded to this, right? I'll be able to hide this still, and it won't be a part of the model. It's just I'm using that for reference as far as where this peak needs to go. Just in case you're wondering. Alright, so we'll go from here, grab this edge. I'm going to turn the snaps off for a second. Shift drag that out. Snap that to that center plane. At this point here, I'm basically going to be snapping it right to this vert. Pretty much. Like so. This is how I can ensure by putting the snaps on that it'll be perfectly symmetrical on either side. It's not going to be lopsided or anything like that. Cool. Now at this point, now that we've created these two polys from both either side of the box, we can weld these together to make sure that they're what I want to do first. Now that we don't need it anymore, we turn snaps off, hide this plane. I'm still going to keep it just to use it for reference. Now this deal, vertex, and I'm going to weld these bad boys together. And it does let me know that there's two vertexes selected because those are two separate polys, right? So we're going to weld that together. And now when I go ahead and select that, it'll just be one vertex. Okay. This way when I go, if I ever need to move that or adjust it in any fashion, it's going to move in tandem. It's not going to be independent. Also, just to keep it all nice and solid. We don't want any gaps, any potential gaps or anything in our model. Vertex, two vertexes selected, welded. Select it again, one vertex. Nice. Now from here, we want to create a close. You want to close this in, right? So one way we can do this is build off this edge, snap it to here. That part of it, that'll probably be the way that'll go ahead. Because if we grab it from this edge, we're only going to have one vertex, I guess, to be able to tie it into here. And the mapping, as far as if we were to texture map that, it may not suffice as far as to get a certain pattern on that. it would be fine if it was a solid color, for example. But if we ever did want to put a potential pattern on this gable end, it would be better to build off this here than this, and basically squeeze that up to this peak to get a better texture option there. Hey, welcome on in, Steelcrafter. How are we doing today? How can your computer handle this? My computer can barely handle. Hey, let me tell you, this does take a lot of resources, I guess, to do these types of things. I know I've mentioned a little bit about LiDAR. The fact that I don't have any of that loaded up in here at the moment, that's an even different animal. It's as far as resources. But yeah, it does require quite a bit of RAM, CPU power, and graphics power, I guess, to be able to render things, I guess, as far as like what I'm doing here. Definitely does. 100%. I know those torches in chat, as well as Racer James, can 100% back me up on that too. You do only use a laptop? Yeah, you wouldn't be able to do these types of things most likely on a standard laptop, unless it's like a gaming laptop. With like this system right here that I've got, it's got the better part of 32 gigs of RAM. It's got a third gen i7, and I am using only onboard video, which it's an Intel chipset. So based on that i7 CPU, so it's a very good, very solid integrated onboard video. For doing what I need to do with this type of thing, as far as doing simple renders, it's more than enough. But between mostly CPU and the RAM is probably the two biggest things. Am I for hire? What are you talking about, Steel? So you need a laptop. Currently, I have an MSI laptop with 1680 Ti. That's actually a pretty good video graphics. i7 10 gen. That's actually not bad. How much RAM do you have on it by chance? How much RAM do you have on it? What type of hire are you speaking of there, Steel? I can't see myself buying a computer over. Oh yeah, computers. You know, I've got two systems at this point. One that's been repaired, the one I just mentioned, and a gaming PC at this point. And between the two of them, it's about $3,000. Yeah. The gaming PC has got a 3060 on it, which is just phenomenal. That thing just performs like a beast. I got no complaints on that thing. I can just imagine what it's going to be like when I put more RAM and storage on that bad boy. Oh, you're just messing with me? Okay. You had to get the kicks in there a little bit. I got you. Okay, so as I was saying, what I want to be able to do here, so I have better texture mapping options on this deal, on this gable end, as opposed to selecting just this edge here and basically squishing it up to the peak here. I want to grab from here and leave a seam on this here so that I can make it symmetrical, just like the top of the roof. That's the approach I'm going to take with that. We're going to grab this edge, pull that out. It's going to be a little wonky, and that's fine. We'll be able to squeeze this back up into here, but then we'll be able to center this down in here based on this vertex coordinate. That's what I'm going to set up right now. So we're going to grab this vert. We're going to turn on our vert snaps. Snap that right here. We're going to initially snap this to this edge. And then to get that center so it's not all out of whack there, we're going to actually get the coordinate off of this vertex. Try not to make this too complicated, but you want to make everything symmetrical, even though it's not going to be that detailed of a model. There's no sense in making it sloppy. Alright, so on this x-axis here, this x-coordinate, we're going to grab that information off of this vert, because this is what we want to line it up with. Waking everybody up? Currently I'm trying to get an Xbox upgrade to get a hold of Halo Edition. Nice. That'd be pretty cool. Alrighty then, Steel. Hopefully we will be talking to you soon. Frickin' guy play the rooster. You're trying out all those sound commands. Good thing to know that those are working. Yeah, even because I know I did a lot of shifting around with those as far as the channel point redemptions and also the yeah, channel point redemptions into the soundboard. I had to move some things around to get some new ones in there. Okay, so yeah, we want to copy this coordinate, this X coordinate, and paste it to this one here so we can line it up with that. It's already snapped to that, so we're only moving it on the one direction. Like so. Now, from here, what we can do is we can either build off this edge, the same as we did this one, or we can build off of this one. Won't matter too much. No, like, again, it all comes into keeping in mind or whatever, if we want to be able to texture this down the road and have a certain pattern on it, as opposed to just, say, a solid color, it would behoove to do the same method that you did on the other side to keep it all symmetric. You probably could get away with absolute, I guess, as far as to grab this edge at this point and being able to shift drag that out and squeeze that down to this one here. Probably would work just fine. But I'm going to keep things kind of symmetrical as I build this in much the same fashion. So just as you would build it in reality, you would probably want to build it the same way you did as the other side. That's the way I'm going to do it. Okay, so we're going to shift this down. Go to vertex snap. Grab that vert, snap it there, and now we already got this one in position. All we can do is just snap this vert to that vert. And then again, what I want to do is weld that together. So it's all nice and fused together. So that should say I got two, as it does, and we'll go ahead and weld that together. And we'll do the same thing on the corners here. Two vertices, weld that together. It's kind of like hitting the hitting the nail on the head with the hammer. You know, just kind of fasten it all together with the weld. So there are two there. Go ahead and fasten that down. Cool. Now what we can do, now we've already got this established, as far as these two polys or whatever to fill this gable in, we could basically detach this, clone it, and bring it to this side. Or we can do the same thing as we did in this end and, you know, shift drag it down and whatnot. This is already to the size that we need it, right? So what I'm going to do, I already got that welded, so I kind of got maybe a little bit of step ahead of myself as far as to weld that all together, because I'm going to turn around and just detach this like so. So we're going to highlight those two polys. And where's my detach? Detach that as a separate object. Okay, and we're going to center the pivot on that like so. Now we can clone this. And I'm going to do it as a copy, because anything that I do to the one, it's not going to affect the other. If I do it as instance, then whatever I do to one, it's going to change the other. So it's like, I always like to do copy. So like, in this case, it probably would be better. I could probably do instance, it'd probably be better. But I don't plan on changing it. I just get into the hobby doing copy. It's just kind of a little bit of summary as far as the difference between instance and copy. You hardly ever use reference, really. The two more common ones are usually instance and copy. But copy will keep it totally independent of the other piece that you're copying from. That makes sense. So let's go ahead and copy that. We'll just keep it that name. Now we'll have, excuse me, two different objects. We'll have the one original piece that we detached, and then our clone piece. We want our clone piece. And then what we're going to do is shift that all the way down here. We're going to have to flip this too, because the polys are going to be faced the wrong direction. I'll show that here in just a second. Okay. Now what I can do is vert snap turn my vert snaps back on. There's probably a couple different ways. There's probably definitely a couple different ways I can go about this, but I'm gonna do it this way. Snap that there. That one there. Snap that one there. Now to get this one in here, because we don't have a vertex there, it's just an edge. I'm just gonna get the Y coordinate off of any one of these three, so I can bring that to that edge. Okay. So this y-axis here, I'm going to make sure copy this y coordinate. This is where welding that together comes into play too. Should pull that all in as one unit, like so. Now I know that's all completely flush with that gable in. Now, with that being done, we should be able to collapse that all down. We now have our simple shape building, their peak, and so on. Yeah, so from here we'll take this simple box, these two gable ends, and collapse that all down. Alright, so go to hammer, collapse, select it. We are done with that. Sweet. At this point here, if we want to name this, I guess as far as, you know, something more than just box 001, we can do that. We'll do this as unit. Call this unit 1. Since they are storage units. It just seems to make sense to me. So we'll do this as unit 1. Okay, so now we've got one completed simple box piece. I guess as far as for one of these sheds, one of these garages, storage units, if you will. Whoops, not. I wanted this one. So basically, that's this one that we just created right now. So this driveway, as far as the orientation of this here, this driveway would be right here. So it goes around here, and you got the shorter ones behind it. Yes, continue. Cool. Lady Death, how we doing? You gonna head out? No problem there, trucking guy. Appreciate you stopping in. Everybody's stopping on in. I know this type of thing here is definitely not for everybody. I get that. Yeah, Steel had already mentioned he's going back to the map. He's been playing a lot of Steel's been playing a lot of Farm Simulator 22, I believe, on the Yukon Valley map. Tired? Why are you tired? You just waking up? I ain't trying to pick on you, but maybe I am. Okay. Alright, we got this all done. So now what I want to do is, with it all collapsed, it should have, yes it did, it made an entire mesh. So what I ended up losing by doing that is that box shape. So as far as to be able to make, now a majority of these buildings, and I've got this ground plane to help me too, as far as to get the shape. We don't have to be 100% perfect on these, but this building here, I did make it 40 representative of 40 foot wide by 60 deep. So if we want to make, the majority of these buildings are only going to be 40 by 60, which with the different layouts, I guess, for doors. So I think the only other exception is like this one is a little bit smaller. There's a couple of them here that are a little bit smaller. We can still use this same building to size that up. Pretty much from what I can tell by the picture, they're all the same. They got all the same height. I'll keep opening that one. I got the two open here that I need to reference. Come on now. There we go. They're pretty much all the same height as far as the peak on it. Just different configurations for doors is all. Your first day back on a morning schedule. Oh, why are we on a morning schedule, I guess? If I could ask. Ultimate fail. Yeah, Lady Death, that's like I was mentioning, I guess, as far as Charge Stream Center's coming in here new. I got some new sound redemptions, I guess, as far as in channel points, and moved some of the ones that were previously in the channel points into the soundboard. That's below the stream. So, just in case you were wondering where some of those went, a little bit of an explanation for that. I found it necessary, I guess, to squeeze in, I guess, as far as some different ones that are channel point redemption. Oh, one of the girls has an appointment Monday morning. I don't want to be tired. Oh, gotcha. I'm with you. Yep. Well, at least you're taking the initiative, I guess, to adjust your sleep schedule. Some people just say F it. Alright, so I think at this point what I'll do is I'll convert this to an edible poly. Just in case I need to do anything further with it. Get more options with an edible poly as opposed to an edible mesh. We'll do that. We'll got it as unit 1. And I want to make sure the pivot is still centered. Cool. Awesome. And then also I'm going to check the X-form on it. Should be good to go. There we go. Yeah, so you don't see it out of shape or out of whack. That's what we want to see. We'll collapse that down. So we have a sound building here, as far as that. That's pretty simple. So we're not going too crazy. I know Racer James had mentioned about not really going really nuts, I guess, as far as the detail on it, other than to just texture it with, you know, the different door patterns and stuff like that. So we're not going nuts, I guess, as far as with eaves and all that crap on it. You're not going to be able to see it all that much, I guess, as far as from the backstretch. Be it the fact of the tree lines there. So, but they, you know, the fact is you will be able to see some of it through the tree line, I guess, as far as that's it's a prominent figure, I guess, as far as in the backstretch. Alright, so from here we can basically just clone this. So I think I'll get the majority of these other buildings done up, I guess, as far as in this conformity, I guess, as far as that we just created. And we did remove any unnecessary polys already, as far as from the bottom and such like that. Okay. I think we're good to go. I think at this point here what I will do is save the scene. I still have that plane that I use to, yep, right here. So just to kind of pop this up real quick, we still got that plane in there, I guess, as far as to show that center line, I guess, as far as for that peak and all that stuff. Okay. I still have that for reference, as well as our ground plane. Alright, cool. We'll hide that. And save this scene. This will be our new starting point. You know what? I got a better idea. I'm going to save it as a new scene. I'm going to keep the original one there, so just in case... It's always good to have a backup of the backup, if nothing else. I think I'm going to make a new one here. Let's do this. We're going to go squeeze this in here, and we'll go. I don't know. I'm just feeling like to be better. Just in case, to have that flexibility, if something really goes wrong, I guess, as far as the way things line up, or don't line up, I guess, as far as when we bring it into Sandbox, we'll be able to go back and just follow the same steps that we just did. Backups of backups. We'll save that. So now we'll have two scenes. Yep. So one with it all uncollapsed, if you will, and then one that is collapsed. So this new one here will be the primary one we'll go by initially, I guess, as far as moving forward from this point. But if we do need to go back, I guess, as far as all the way prior to that, got that other scene to fall back on. So far it is, that's good to hear. You're just tired from getting up earlier than the day. Yeah, so adjust that schedule, right? Low VOC is still low VOC, I feel. What are you doing over there, you asshole? Oh, painting. I forgot you were painting. Did you? Yeah. Did you mention? So you're doing walls or something? Okay, I might have missed that. Okay, I had to remind myself there for a second. Also, Torch was mentioning you're debating whether I should use my B2 processor, 8-core, 16 threads, 8-core AMD FX 8350 is a nice CPU. 4.3 gigahertz for modeling and gaming. I do know that I have used, even though that 8350 is a pretty much older CPU for as far as AMDs go, that's a solid CPU. But what? So it's a Xeon. I'm not sure what the Xeon. That seems old. As far as the Intel version 2 processor, 8-core. 3 gigahertz, yeah. So even by the speed of it or whatever, that AMD is probably your better choice. Lady Death likes painting walls. The VOCs though, yeah, I can imagine. But doing it in the winter with a few, yeah, I can imagine. Why are you doing it in the winter anyway? There, yeah. So it's just the only time you're gonna have. It's the only point you're gonna have time. Oh, it clocks to 3.9. That's still lower than AMD though. Yeah. That Xeon, yeah, I think that's a really old one. As far as Intel processors go, much the same, I guess, as far as the AMD one for sure. But I can say only a little bit as far as the AMD 8350. Is it the black? That makes me think too. That's the FX 8350 black. That was a really good one as far as AMD processors go. Needed to be done, and the room is cleared. So clear the room. Oh, so you just figured it is the black edition? Nice. Yeah, that's a really good one. I've been an Intel kind of guy, I guess, as far as for the most part, but as far as AMD ones, as far as old school ones, that's a pretty decent one, especially the black edition. Yeah, so you already had the room clear, so it's just like you might as well go ahead and do it. Yeah, I got you. That's pretty ambitious, you have to say. Okay, so from here, everything's centered. We can clone this bad boy and get him in these other respective positions here. Yep, and just as Racer James was pointing out, actually, I think Torch took notice of that. The way the driveways are kind of gives you a clue, I guess, as far as what how many number of garage doors it has on it. These only have one. These bigger driveways have two. So yeah, that'll be a nice reference to be able to know without actually, going to that facility or being able to go on Street View, I guess, on Google Maps and determine what's what. The top-down view gives us enough information. Pretty cool. Alright, so let's go ahead and clone this one. Making a copy, and we're going to take some of the zeros out of it is all. Don't have to, but I don't like having all the zeros. Okay, so we just clone that. We'll be able to slide that one over to this spot. This is going to be how easy this is going to be at this point. Clone that one. What's going to be the fun part is getting them textured. I do have a makeshift of a texture here. I don't know if this is how big we'll need to go with it. I was just thinking the overall size of it. There's probably going to be a lot of repetition with it. So we could probably go smaller. So we'll be, by repetition, each of the buildings, they're all going to be textured more or less the same, other than the doors. But we can have like one type of door in one area. So right now I got this as 2048 by 1024. Probably don't need to go that big. I can probably go a step down, and that'll probably be more than sufficient. That's kind of where I went with, I guess, in the first, for starters. Just to kind of give me an idea of probably how much room we'll need. Okay. My initial thought was I don't need it to be as tall as it would be wide. Okay. Unit 3, yeah, I just want to rename that. And slide that one over. Just like that. Now there is some skewing, and this is something that Racer James and I had talked about too. There is a little bit of texture skewing with the SAT image, as far as how it stretches and warps, I guess, a little bit. So it won't line up 100% perfect, right? But if we really want to get specific on how much spacing is in between here, we could make a simple plane to maintain, I guess, as far as a certain amount of distance between these, if we wanted to get that crazy with it, just to keep them consistent. But what I'm doing, at least for now, is at least lining up the front half of the building that I'm cloning to the driveway, as far as where the garage door. We might need to shift that. We'll have to see. It may require to have to do that, but to have that adjustability in it, that's what's going to be key. Okay, so let's clone this. Take these couple of zeros out. OCD more or less just gets the better of me as far as having all those zeros in there is all. You could probably leave them in there. It's not much of a big deal. Might top down. Making sure. It seemed like it was top down. That. Okay, so this is how we're looking so far. So it's from ground level. Kind of get the idea what's going on with that now. Wish. Let's go back down. Moving right along. Yeah, so these here, probably what I'll end up doing. I might clone one of these since it's already center oriented. I'll center orient it within our scene here to determine, I guess, as far as where the half point would be. And then we can basically Boolean cut it. And then just chop off, I guess, as far as what we need to. That's probably the approach I'll take to that, once I get to that point. That's just something again, just thinking ahead just a little bit. Not too far ahead, but just enough ahead to understand as far as what I would do with that. Okay. 5th unit. What really tends to throw me off is the fact that these seem a little bit wider. At first I thought it was just because they were offset, you know, so they're not like these less deep ones were offset, but I think these are also a little bit wider. So where they lack, I guess, as far as the depth of it, they're a little bit wider. That's something else we'll have to take into consideration. That, you know, as I do this, that's what makes me tend to wonder if that's what's going on with those. Okay. So also something I could do. Yeah, okay. I got options. Cool. I'm just thinking, since I got that other scene, that other original scene, that's not completely collapsed down, I could bring that into this scene and, you know, build it, I guess, as far as based on what we know now, I guess, as far as that construct of the other ones. Okay. Not going to worry about that just yet, but that's something we can potentially do. We're not able to find the win torch. I did move that one into, like I was saying, into the soundboard. That should be slightly below the stream. Let me know if, yeah, anybody out there just first let me know if you're not able to find that, because it should be there. If it's not there, I need to probably fix it. Yeah, this one here is totally different size too. So between these and this one and that one, we'll have to do those separate. Oh, there's this one here too. Hey, you found it. Racer James found it for you. There you go. Yep, that one I had to move to the soundboard. That was previously in the channel point redemptions, yeah. Okay. Definitely at any time, feel free to let me know if the the background music is too loud. Adjust that accordingly. Right now it doesn't seem bad for me, but that doesn't mean it's not for you folks. Alright, so this is the 7th unit. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Cool. I'm just making sure I don't have anything, because I tend to go back and forth, and sometimes I don't want to make sure that I don't have one on top of each other, and I clone a clone when I shouldn't have cloned. Shit. But yeah, we are on the 7th unit. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're doing good. One more for here. I can use a Control V if I want to do that too, but I want to ensure that I'm getting copy as opposed to an instance. That's why I'm doing it the way I'm doing it. Alrighty then, so there's that row. Now, like I was saying, if we want to get real OCD, I guess, about this here, I can create a plane that say that there's probably about 3 or 4 meters, I guess, in between each building, just to ensure that they are all the same. I think I'll do that. What the heck? Let's just humor it. We'll do create plane. Like 6, cool. We're just gonna create this right here, and we want to make this thing 3 meters. Yeah, let's make it initially 3 meters wide. We'll be able to adjust it though. Oh, that's not right. That's definitely not right. Let's try do this too. Let's put it that way just for now. Now, also, what I'll do, pivot. I'm gonna snap it right to that edge. We'll put on edge snap on that edge. It doesn't matter which way, I just want it on that edge. That off, and then we're going to angle snap this. Get up 90 degrees. Okay, so it's standing straight up. Now we should be able to move this. You can pick. Let's pick these first 2 here and see how wide we are apart here. Just gonna use this as a ruler. So, and then we're gonna go back into here, and then we can adjust the shape with that, like so. Okay, so we're a little bit off on one side or the other. So let me center orient that. Oh, you know what? I ain't gonna be able to do that. That's gonna put it right in. Oh, brain fart. Yep, brain fart. So if I did the effect pivot there, it's gonna put it right back in the center. I don't want that. I guess I could, and then just bring it straight down. Yeah, let's try that. Centered there, yeah, that's exactly what. And we can bring it down. On effect pivot. Now I just want to bring the Z down to 0. So with the effect pivot still on, I can scissor that out. Well, it's right in the center, but on that edge. That's what I want. So let's see what we get here. that's probably going to be about right there. So that ends up being a little over 6 meters, actually. So if we wanted to set this just to 6 meters, let's just round it off. That might be about right. Try that. 6 meters might be the lucky number. MO. Pivot, center that, and then just 0 out. Oh crap, that's not the one. I forgot to do effect pivot, my bad. Keep it on the effect pivot and then 0. There, now we have a guide as to how close we want to put these together to each other. And keeping in mind, like I was saying, as far as there's a little bit of skewing in the texture itself, so we have a little bit of wiggle room. But to keep these proportionate between each one and, you know, not be wider on one than the other, because, again, common building practices, you would have them a particular width apart from each other. That's why I'm considering all this. Alright, so I'm going to split the difference here and move this one this way a little bit. This one, let's go side on there like this. This one this way a little bit. We don't have to get super perfect on it, but I want to keep them somewhat symmetrical with them. Cool. Notch. So we can take this and slide it down here and adjust this one. Oh, the soundboard? Yeah, that should be just below the stream there, Torch. So you'd have to probably scroll down, I guess, as far as... So there should be a bunch of different sounds in a red panel just below the stream. And there's a couple different pages, I guess, of those two. So because I don't want to move this one, I only want to move this one. I'm going to line this one up. So, and then move this over accordingly. Which is not going to be a whole heck of a lot. Something like that. We're not going to get super picky, just as far as, but just to have, you know, some ample type of symmetry, I guess, as far as the spacing of each building at all. Well, you never seen that before? Yeah. That's why I'm mentioning it. There's a lot of sounds in there, too. It's like Torch is like, ooh, I found new toys. I now have new toys. Yeah, this will work out pretty good. Yeah, so you know, when we look at this way, you wouldn't know, I guess, as far as to look at. I mean, you're not going to actually take a ruler out there, but it'll look more proportionate, I guess, amongst all those. Now, if I really wanted to get technical with it, I could probably snap this pivot to the one corner and actually snap it to the corner of the shed. And then I'll have exactly what I need to have this, yeah, as far as how you would physically measure. I'm just kind of using this as a, you know, to eyeball it. So, we're not trying to get super duper crazy with it. Yeah, this one definitely needs to move over there. Even considering the, I guess, the texture skew. But also the driveway. Okay. It might be getting a little bit off there. Kind of. So what I look at, and this is how I initially line these up. It's a little shifted over at this point. This one doesn't look bad. That one doesn't look bad. That one don't look bad. That one don't look bad. This one looks a little bit off. So I might have to fudge this one a little bit. Make that look right. go completely top down. So what I'm looking at is how much of that texture. Now, this is what I was mentioning with Racer James, I guess, first prior to start of the stream. Getting what he's got in the track here lined up, I guess, as far as that guy, because this ground plane that I'm doing is not going to be exactly the same as what he's got in that outfield texture, I guess, as far as for the track. So this area here is not 100% going to match with the ground plane that I have. It's going to be off a little bit based on that texture skewing. So there might be a little bit of adjustment that we'll have to do once we get it to creating the 3D I guess, for that. Yeah, so I think what I will do is just kind of fudge this one a little bit. So we're only using this as a, you know, somewhat of a guide. It's not like the holy grail or the set in stone, I guess, as far as this is where it's got to be. No, because we got to base it on the texture. Somewhat more. That's actually not too bad. Not too bad. Cool. And that might be getting way too over OCD, I guess, about this too. I mean, it's just, you know, when you're applying common building practices, this is somewhat the approach. I mean, when you survey a building, you're going to make sure, you know, they're proportionate. You're not going to have one. I mean, in some places, I guess you might have one that's way closer to one of the, but it might be more because of like meets and bounds or not going over a particular property line, if you will. So, yep, that was not too bad. So we can probably go this way. Yeah, so I'm looking at the driveway here as well as using my ruler here, I guess as a guide. There's a little bit more of a gap here though. A little bit of fudge factor on it. Yeah, so I know I moved it, I guess, as far as based on the spacing that I got in between here, but I'm just trying to get, you know, somewhat close to where they should be. Where they need to be. I think that'll work though. Alright, we're going to hide this one for now. That one's 6 meters wide. Cool. I think we're in good shape so far. You know what these remind me of? It just made me think of something. You know the little Monopoly houses? You know when you play the board game Monopoly? That's what these remind me of. It just made me think of that. Okay, now what I'm going to do, since we got a majority of these on this row, I don't think there's as many though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Who failed? Hotels on boardwalk, game over. Right? Is that what the fail was for there, Racer James? Yep. Yeah, those daggone hotels. Yeah, so either the hotels or the houses. I guess these back here would be considered the greenhouses, smaller houses, and these are the hotels. Yeah. Alright, so on this row, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got 8 here and only 7 here. So we got 1 less there. This is what I'm thinking about doing. I'm going to take all of these. And again, all in an effort is to keep things proportional and symmetric and all that good stuff. We're going to group this. Group 1 is fine. And then we're going to clone it. Copy. Now we can take this group, put it back, and put this into position. Right over that. It gets more simpler, I guess, as far as the more you build it. That's what's kind of nice. Okay. Something like that. Look at how well that lines up. Holy smokes. I'm looking at, you know, where the driveway ends up with the front. So this one must be right in the center? I don't think we have a picture, I guess, of this. Oh, you know what? I got to take one of these out. Never mind. There's only 7 of these 40 by 60. We got to take one of these out. So what I'm going to do is ungroup this one. Okay. Now on this building, we're going to take that one out. This one's a little bit smaller. I got an idea, I guess, as far as how I want to build these other buildings. I'm going to take that box shape that I had from before collapsing it all, the previous scene. I'm going to pull that out of there and bring it into this one. If I can size that up properly. Alright. Okay, so this is what we got so far. We got 2 more of them over here. I think what I'll do here, I'm going to ungroup this one. Don't need that grouped anymore. Just grouped it so we could bring them over there. Like that. So we can take any one of these buildings and get 2 over here. And then we've got at least 3 of these size buildings. And then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of those size buildings. Alright, so let's clone this one. Let's get these done first. One thing at a time. This would be unit 17? Holy crap. So we got, hold on, do the math. 8 here. 4, 5, 6, 7. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Why is that going to 17? That's not right. I wonder why it's going to 17. Hold on. Might be because I grouped it. I'm not sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 15. Yeah, this should be 16. And I clone this. Going to 17. Do I got an extra one in there somewhere? It might be because I grouped it. I think that's probably why it's the numbering went. So when I grouped it and cloned it, that created another unit number. So that's probably why. I wasn't paying attention to that just till now. Alright, so we need to go 16 on this one. And then bring that over here. Okay. And then one more for that size. This one will be 17. This one's actually got a fan or something in front of it during the time of this image there. Cool. Alright, let's go top down. And let's bring back our little ruler here. Where'd our ruler go? There it is. Slide it over here. We're just using this as a guide, nothing more. Pretty much just going to line up the building, I guess, as far as with that driveway. For the most part. But also just to see what kind of spacing we got there. Alright, that looks good. Torch playing some tire squeal. What's going on there? The AMD only has 8 threads. Until Xenon 16. I don't think that matters. I mean, it does, but as far as the speed of it, I guess what is going to be your focus more for the gaming or the modeling? Because if it's going to be lean more towards the modeling, then the AMD would be fine. If you're leaning it more towards the gaming, obviously you'd want the threads. So, yeah, if it's going to be modeling, I would lean more towards the AMD. The threads really only come into play that are really particular, I guess, as far as when it comes to gaming. Want all that rendering capability, I guess, as far as because everything's dynamic and changing all that much. So as far as the threads to be able to render all that different stuff happening all at once or whatever, that's where it's more used, demanding, I guess, as far as, and more pertinent to that. Well, Not to say that threads don't get used, I guess, as far as for rendering what we're doing in Max. If you've got more complex models to the point where you've got a lot of animation going on, and when you render, you would want to have those threads so it doesn't look all choppy. So if you're not doing that type of thing, there's really no need to have all those threads as far as from a modeling standpoint. Alrighty then, we got all these done now. So we're all nice in a row, nice and evenly spaced and all that jazz. And now, I think the next one I want to work on are these half ones here, but they're also wider. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to save this scene. It is. New one. That first. Yep. Let's see. Stop again. Yes, please. Okay. No problem, Torch. I mean, that's I've gone through enough of that with the 3D modeling stuff to know. That's why this Intel that I've got here, it's a 3rd Gen i7. It has the 16 threads on it. I don't need them all, but I have done a lot of gaming with it, and most of the gaming that I've done, having all these smaller or low-end type of cards, video cards on it, it's the CPU that's doing most of the work, having all those threads. So, okay. So we save that, right? So now what I want to do is, in theory, this should work. Hopefully this does do what I hoping it does. So I want to import from that other scene that box 001. Okay, so that's going to be here. Hash cross item. Radius max. Oh, hold on. I might have to do a merge because that's in a scene. Not a. Okay, hold on. I did that wrong. Brain fart again. So merge. Yep. Gotta do a merge, not an import. Let's see. Modeling. Storage facility, 3ds, there we go. So now I can pick from this scene, which is the original one that has that before I collapse that all down, and that new one. So this is another good reason to have a separate scene, so I can be able to pull out things that I want. So what this will do when I populate this in, it'll tell me what do I want. So I want this bad boy right there. Cool. And then I'll put that in that same spot. Awesome. So I'll have to build this basically from scratch again, but that's fine. I have that shape that has that box modifier to it. I'll be able to size it when I need to. So what I want to do with this one is basically cut it in half. So this is 60 deep. I want to do 60 feet. So I want to go 30 feet on that. And then probably go... I don't know how wide it is. I gotta go top down. We need to get a measurement, I guess, as far as how wide that is, because it's definitely wider than 40 feet. Yeah, that's what we need to do. So let's I'm gonna make another plane, get an idea. So we already know for sure. Actually, I think I got a better idea. Nope, that's not good. Holy crap! I thought Torch got another one there, so both you and Torch have both gotten the max jackpot there. Pretty early in the running, too. That is the max jackpot. Hell yeah, GG's on that. So you're kind of tied right now, both of you, as far as for that. So just fair mention. Ooh. Yeah, so I think what I am going to do, I'm going to make another plane to use as a ruler to see what this is here. And I know... let me see here. Hold on. Oh, I don't have that one. That's right. Shoot. Alright, let's make another. I do have this open. That's what it was. So I did do this for the 60, so I need to do 40. Yeah, do this for the 40. That was 12.192. Okay. Alright, so got that value. I'm gonna have to go back to that in just a second. I'm gonna create a plane. Oh, pop that right here for now. What I want to do.
Take your videos offline and watch
Oh,
uninterrupted.
short little ad.
Try YouTube Premium on us.
Short little ad. Primarily, these background music here that I've been playing is on TechnoX, royalty free on YouTube. Just in case anybody was wondering. I like using that because I can be rest assured that the VOD will not get muted or DMCA strike. But on occasion there, because it is on YouTube, I do get the occasional ad. It's the only downside to it. Okay, so we're gonna center this up. See how wide this is here. Now, keeping in mind, like I've already said, there is some texture skewing in this ground image that I'm doing here, but it should be pretty close. This is what we've been able to accomplish so far with what we've got done. Okay, let's widen that out. Trying to get an idea of just how wide this one is. So this is leaning more towards 17 meters. A little over 17 meters. Which is definitely wider than the 40 foot. That's what I wanted to make a determination of. So we're going to go with 17 meters. So this little deal here will tell me both directions here. So if we put 17 meters, 56 feet? It's kind of an odd number. So I wonder if those are just 60 foot wide. No, they can't be that wide. Can they? No, they can't be. Because this way here, that would be the same depth that this one is. They're definitely not that. So I'm almost thinking they're probably 55 or 56 feet wide. It's kind of an odd shape, but that's what it seems to be coming out to. I think I'm going to lean more towards a 56 foot. So just what I've measured here, I've roughly come up with 17 meters. And comes out just a little under 56 feet. I'm thinking more like 56 foot. Not a standard size, I don't think so. Yeah, go close enough. That's what I'm thinking. I'm just going to lean more towards the 56 wide. Okay. So this one that we cloned in, how deep is it? So that's the other thing. Let's go this way. So 30 foot is what I was initially thinking that these were. See how close we are to that approximation. So 30 foot wide, deep I should say. Comes out a little bit more than 9 foot. So let's copy this. And we might just go with that anyway. So we don't have to be like 100% dead on, but using common building practices makes sense. But we're also trying to use what we've got available in the SAT image here. I guess if that makes sense. Alright, so length, base. Yep, that's about right. That's about 30 foot deep. 30 foot deep. This is representative of 30. So 9.144 meters is 30 foot deep. That's about what we got there. Cool. So we'll go 56 wide by 30 deep on these particular bits. Cool. Alright. Kind of an odd shape, but let's take that shape, that box shape here that we merged over, like so. Yep, we're going to move it this way. Now, the only thing this is going to have is just the box, so I don't have my roof on it. We'll be able to fix that here once we get our initial box here. Don't worry. Alright, so we're gonna this up here in the middle here like so. So we want to set this, and this is part of the reason I wanted to bring this over. We have the option to be able to set that up based on the dimension we just came up with it. So we need it to be 30 foot deep, which is 9.144. Copy that. And plug that into okay, so we got our 30 foot deep. Now we need to get the 56. Going to be able to plug that one back in. 6. That ends up being this. So we'll copy that value and paste that on the other direction. Width 56 by 30 deep. Now what we'll have to do now is pivot, center that bad boy. Make sure. Cool beans. Now we just have to line it up. Let's go completely top down. Look at that. Fabulous. Cool. So now we got our shape there. We still got our same height as we did. Now we can just adjust it from there. So the way I'm going to do this, get that roof on there. First, what I want to do is take the polys out of here I don't need. I have to basically build this one from scratch. So take that one out and that one out. Cool. Now I'm going to go back to this one, and we're going to detach this whole roof, and then detach that, clone it, bring it over here, and just be able to snap it to that top edge of this one here that we just created. That's one approach. That seems to be the most effective way that I can think of. So, attach this entire roof like so. Detach as an object, that's fine. Okay, we'll affect the pivot so it's centered on that. Cool. Now, I clone that. Object 2 is fine. We're gonna bring that over to here. Okay. Now, this should all be nice and welded together. Remember how we did that as far as to weld that all together to be able to reconform this if we needed to? This is where that's gonna come in handy. Now what we should be able to do, take this vert, do the one vert, we're gonna do vert snap, and snap it right to the corners of this building we just created there. Oh, you dirty rat, that did not stay welded, I guess. Oh, you know what? Okay, that was from that original scene there, that's why. You know what? We can fix that though. Yeah, I forgot we didn't weld that all together prior. That's going all the way back to that scene before we collapsed it all. So, makes sense. So what we're gonna do before we do any of that, we're gonna make sure all this is welded. Let's turn that off for a second. Got 2 vertices there, we'll weld it together. Just so that it all moves uniformly on these corners. There. That. And there. That. Yep, 2 there, and weld that. Cool. Does anyone know what word? Oh, that word. Is that the word you were looking for there, trucking guy? Okay, now we got those all welded. Let's vert snap these now. We should be able to grab each one of these. Now it should be all uniform now. Snap it to that corner. Snap it to that corner. That corner. And because these are all joined, it's going to move that all uniformly. Why didn't it move? Oh, you know, a way I can adjust these now, I can just get the Y coordinate and make sure that's all nice and level. That looks pretty weird, though. It's a pretty abstract rip there. We don't want it that way, that's for sure. Oh, that was not the word? What word were you looking for there, trucking guy? Thought everyone knew the word. No, okay. Which word were you looking for, I guess? Alright, so yeah, all I need to do on this one here, I'm going to turn vert snap off. I need the Y coordinate for this one. Either one of these corners, right? And we'll be able to level that off, I guess, on these two right here. So, Y coordinate. Hello. Copy, thank you very much. And I'm going to do these both at the same time. That should work. There we go. There's our roof under that building. Fantastic. Alright. We're in good shape so far. Okay, what I want to do before I get too far is I want to take these two pieces here and recollapse those together. Holy crap. Trucking guy got one now. There's 3 of y'all in chat that got in a main jackpot. You got that one time, just one? Was it? Did I miss it? Or did you talk about from a previous time? Previous stream? On my account, we got Torch has gotten one, Racer James has gotten one, and now Trucking Guy just got one. Oh, when you were new. So you haven't gotten one since? Holy crap. That doesn't seem right. There you go. Get some hype out in there. Forget. Never won before. Well, that is the maximum jackpot that you can get on slots here. Getting the 3 robots. 1,000 units of fluid. So GG's. Yeah, so what I want to do on this, I want to collapse these. So I'm going to keep that name Unit 1. Select that one and then this. Get my hammer out. Collapse. Selected. Cool. Now I'm going to reset the pivot. Pivot. Center that. Okay, cool. That's all good. And we're also going to check the X form. Make sure that's all good to go. I've always gotten in the habit of doing that regardless if I do any modifications to the model, just to ensure that the X form is going to be sound with whatever it is that I'm modifying as far as the detached pieces and all that stuff. It's just a good habit to get into to always check your X form. It doesn't hurt to do it. It's just one little simple step. So as that's all selected, we're going to reset that. When we go here, we should be able to see a nice uniform orange box around that. Just like that. That's good. We'll go ahead and collapse that down. And then also, you convert this back to editable poly, just so that they're all uniform across the scene. Cool. Alright, now we're going to do the same thing with this guy. Only what we want to do, so how many units do we have in here? We'll go to our items list. Let's go to our items list here. We have, how many units in here? We got 17. So this is going to be unit 18. Now these might not be the way they've got the units actually numbered in this facility. This is the way we're doing it, so we can keep some level of consistency. Bot is synthetically high on. Could be. Very well. You haven't tried your luck yet, yes, have you? But yeah, you could be right. Is it hard to do 3D modeling? I wanted to make animations with I don't know what that is. Doing animations is a little bit more complicated. It depends on if you're doing like organic animations or, you know, just simple shape keyframe type of animations, you know, like roll up doors, sliding doors, things like that. Things from the organic standpoint, it gets as far as like characters, that's a little bit more complex because then you're dealing with IK chains and things like that. It just depends on what type of animation you want to do. I am not that proficient on organic type of animations. I can do simple animations, you know, like keyframe type of animations, you know, like things moving from one frame to the next as far as for movement in like a horizontal, vertical, or even like a spinning type of pivot. That's about the extent of animations for me. It can be pretty complex, I guess, as far as depending on what level of animation you want to get into. Hopefully that answers the question. You knew you should have. What do you mean you should have? Huh? Oh, you didn't get anything on a scold? One more time today, shot. You got nothing. Holy crap, that bot was totally just... Yikes. Nope, you're probably right. You probably maybe should. I think the bot's, it's done for now, I guess, as far as it's already given. Torch, Racer James, and even Trucking Guy, I guess, as far as... It's like, nope, I'm tapped out. No fluids for you. Okay. Alright, so what I want to do... So Unit 18 is what I want to name this. I love you made that confirmation. Unit 18. Like so. And then we want to take that and collapse it with this new roof piece. Take that, get our hammer out, collapse it. Collapse selected. Cool. And then we want to affect the pivot, center. Make sure it's nice and centered on that. And then also check our X form. Beautiful. Marvelous. Okay. Collapse that down. And then I'm also going to convert this to an editable poly. And then from here, we don't need this anymore, really. Actually, I still might use this. Yeah. We still got those other, one more size building, those three. So I'm going to put that in that position here. We'll use that for that in a bit. That's going to be our next building that we'll create after we get this one. Slide that over here for now. Okay. That can still be useful to us. Okay. Now from here, I'm going to go ahead and save the scene. I'll save as. I'm going to use that new one. This one not here. I still got that original one there as far as to be able to get anything out of that we might need. Just like, you know, just like I showed there, it became useful to us, I guess, as far as to be able to have that box shape there, I guess, as far as to be able to still resize it to get what we just got with this shorter piece here. Yep, so save that one, yes. Cool beans. Now what we can do is clone these and put these in their respective position. And then we can get to making this last size building much the same fashion that we did this building. We're getting there. It's like a little village in here. I'm bad at drawing. I know King of the Hill did a semi-frame hand. And after that they send it overseas. And then we get nice smooth animation all done by hand. Pretty cool for show. King of the Hill, is that like, you thinking like Frank Hill and all that stuff like that? Is that are we thinking of the same one there? Give me a drink. Exclamation point drink if you want that. Yeah. Okay, I didn't know that's what they That's what they did, I guess, as far as that. That's pretty interesting. Dang it, Bobby. All right. Okay. Alright, now we got this scene saved. We're going to just go ahead and clone this. Unit 18, so this should increment, I guess, as far as from here. So let's do edit, clone, copy. 19. I'm going to count all these once we get these down just to see where we're at. I think at this point here, I'm not going to get too particular because as far as how spaced out there, a majority of all of these things are already well spaced out that we've already done. As far as with these 40 by 60s, so I think we're in good shape. We're in pretty big on good shape. I think for the most part, we can just line up these buildings with driveway. Yeah, work. 1. 20. Yeah, I'm gonna take a unit count, I guess, as far as once I get these placed, just to see how much we're on track. I just want to ensure I don't have any ones that are kind of on top of each other. I might have cloned. I did a premature clone, I guess, if you will. Got 2 buildings on top of each other. You know, value both episodes much more. Propane and propane accessories. Nah, sell right? $21. This is the second time I couldn't access the soundboard. It's constantly loading. Really? Is it only working for you, Racer James? Is that what it is? I don't know if everybody else is having problems with that. Racer James been able to access. I know Trucking Guy did too. Yeah. We were just speaking about the soundboard. Yeah, I know Trucking Guy, you did access it. So for Lady Death was mentioning, as far as all it's doing is just trying to load on her end. That's a bummer.
You can do it!
That one's a channel points. Yep. That's a brand new one. Yep, that's one of the new ones. That's also channel points. Yep. We got the channel points. Yeah. Oh, that was a close one. Torch almost got another jackpot. Missed it by 1, Mr. Robot. Okay. And okay. That one over. And then we're going to take a unit count after I get this last one. Yeah, another truck parts here, I guess. Night. Ooh, 81 units on it. That's a pretty solid shot there. Voice. GG's. Sometimes the bot likes to give you duds. Not nice when he does. Okay. Alright, so based on my count here, we should have 23 units. Alright, so we'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're good to go. So the number of models I got in here based on what on here. So we got a total 4, 25. There's 26 units in this area. 26 total units. All right. Here we are so far. I think I'm gonna go ahead and save it again. All these. Now we got everything confirmed up over this new one. Still bites. Alright, now we're gonna make these 3 little small ones here. I think these are the smallest ones as far as width and depth. Okie dokie then. Now, one thing I guess I think of as far as the way I could do this, I could go back to that scene again, merge in another one of those box shapes, so we can size it up that way, go through the same process that we did for this one, or the one that we know is constant is the height as far as the peak, as far as we can tell. It's really, from the picture reference that we've got, it's kind of not very easy to tell, especially without having LiDAR. There's no way to tell. From what I can tell down this row, they're all the same height. Right? So we know that one's constant at least. The only thing that can see from here that's different is the width and the depth. So with that being said, like, we can take the same approach that we've been doing, I guess, as far as to make these different sizes, or just trying to show all options here. I'm going to move this out of the way. I'm going to take this one, bring it over to this, and just basically rescale it as far as on the Y and the X. Get it to fit in there. We only got 3 of these things. I don't think it's going to be that critical. Do it that way. So let's do it that way. Alright, so we're at 23, so this next one that I make will be 24. 24. Right? Check. Yes. Alright, making sure. We're going to clone this as a copy. We're going to call this one 24. That over here. Now I'm going to get this roughly centered up in this spot here. And all I'm going to do, not a uniform scale, we want to do it on just the Y and the X. Okay. Squish this down this way. And this way. This way I can save myself a little bit of steps to get the first, you know, reacquiring is the roof and all that. I'm completely top down. I'm just using what I got on my ground plane. Idea how that is. Now, it's not going to give me a really, you know, approximate like we did with the 56 wide, you know, as far as doing all that. It's going to be a little bit, but I think the majority of this whole model that we've got here so far is pretty proportionate and symmetric, you know, common building practices and so on. So I don't think this is going to be that critical. So it's just something that you can do, I guess, as far as when you're designing something of this nature. Trying to get it. If we had more of these buildings to deal with, I'd probably use the same approach that I've been using with all of them. Yeah, it is turning out really good so far. It's going to look even better once we start texturing it. The texturing part is going to be the next fun part. Okay. Let's go back into the scaling. So for the most part, I'm just trying to line up the building, I guess, with the driveway. Like so. That's going to be pretty good just like that. Awesome. Alright, so let's make sure we're nice and centered up. Good. And I'm just going to reset the X-form just to make sure. So we did rescale it. We just want to make sure that X-form is still solid. Nice. Planes. Alright, so let's go ahead and collapse that down. That's unit 24. Now that we've got this one all set, we can be able to clone that and put those in the other 2 positions. Pretty simple from here. So this will be unit 25. that over here. Look at how well that fits into place too. This one looks like it's got a door, I guess, as far as to one side. This one's more like one big door, I guess, on the one side, based on the size of the driveway. And like I said, we can't really see this building as far as like where it is in our picture reference, but that's what we can. It's probably a pretty good guess as far as how that's the garage door opening is on that. Probably just got a garage door. That so it's doesn't have it over on this side of it. So clone that. One more time. 26 units in total. And move that over here. And go back top down just to make sure. Orientation here. So this one, same thing as this one over here. Just got it to the one side. Yeah. So it's kind of off center there. So it's going to have more panel on this side. So the opening is going to be more shifted to one side. It's like on this one. It's going to be. So there we go. Cool. So we got all those in place. Then nice. So we're going to go ahead and take this one on. We don't need that anymore. But what do we got in here yet? All of our units are ground plane. Oh, I missed, wait a minute, how'd that happen? I'm gonna renumber these. The OCD is getting to me. And take the 0 out of this. No problem, we can fix that real quick. Don't really probably, like I was saying, just don't need to. It's just, I don't see the need to have the 0 in front of it. No need for it. It's pretty simple to change too. We're going to get into the texturing of this here in just a moment. Well, somehow I ended up with 216s. Uh-oh, we got out of whack here. Okay, hold on. We're going to have to do an overall unit count. I think we said 26 though. Somehow I ended up with 216s in here. Okay. Alright. Another count here and see what we did. We did. How many we got in here actually? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You know what? Hold on. Gotta get idea. Let's go with this one here. How many units are in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. There's 26. Okay. Confirm. We have 26 units in that. Yeah, so just the numbering got screwed up there a little bit. We'll make this one 60. I'm gonna be one short though, it seems. Happen. Yeah. Let me renumber these and we'll see. This one should be 70. Oh, you dirty rat, what the heck? And let me put this on the side here. I gotta double check. Somewhere I got 2 on top of each other. thinking here, so let me double check here. Come on. Stop being fuzzy. You're not gonna let me do that. Okay. Crap. Alright, hold on. How did my numbering of these get off here? Okay, so that one's, let's go to 1. There's 1. 2. Making sure it highlights a different unit. Somewhere I numbered these wrong. I was trying to find it. 4. Okay, so far so good. 6. 7. Oh, I'm missing 9, that's why. Got 19, no 9. That's what I missed. Okay, so 8. I'm missing number 9. Yep, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep. Got it. Okay, so this one here we're going to we'll label this one 9. No, that one's 24, but that's fine. There we go. Keep them in a... We'll kind of put these in sequential from one row to the next. Okay, so there's 9. That'll put that there, so 10. Nope, we're going to make this one 10. We can do a little bit of renumbering here. 11. 12. 4. 12. 13. 14. 15. We're gonna number these like they would probably have them numbered probably in the lot, kind of in a row. They're not gonna be all scattered like we had them there. Common numbering practices, if you will. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 3, 25, and 26. Cool. That one's all off. Cool. So we do have 26 units, just like we have in actualities. Awesome. All right, let's go ahead and save that scene. Cool. All right, this is where we're at. Now it's going to come down to kind of the nitty gritty, I guess, as far as like how do we want this texture, I guess, to be applied. Do we want to boolean cut, for example, say like the different openings? Now, like Racer James was suggesting, he would like to make some of these be able to open, I guess, as far as on race weekend. So it would kind of almost behoove us, if we want to do that, and keep all these different individual units, even though all of them may not necessarily be open, just to build them all proportionately in that fashion. Yes. Yeah, so I think the approach that we'll take on this, based on the size of the driveways, we do have that knowledge. We do have that knowledge of knowing which ones do have the double doors and which ones don't. Probably just one with the half open and one with fully open. Right. So the fact that you would want some flexibility in these, it would make sense to me to build, you know, the way you Boolean cut them is all at once. So not to, I don't want to say this. So it's kind of a matter of to Boolean them all or just only Boolean the ones that you want to potentially open. I think to Boolean cut them all in the proper proportions, you know, based on where the driveways are, the double doors on whichever ones, do it to all of them, not just the ones you initially want to have, you know, half open and so on. That to me would make sense. And that's pretty easy to do, actually. So I think that's what we'll do first. We'll consider which one we're going to Boolean cut. Now, to make our Boolean cutter, we want to make the shape for that relatively simple. So that it'll cut, I guess, as far as what we want. Okay. Now, we're going to use our picture reference here that we have. Not that one. I keep bringing that one up. So we can see that there's a space in between for like the double doors in between the two, which is going to be a standard, probably 32-inch door by 7 foot. Right? So we do have that to consider. As far as how much spacing there is between each door on the corner, usually ends up being about a foot. Again, just by common building practices. So if we consider, I guess, as far as a foot on either corner, and then each of these doors, I think Racer James had mentioned, I guess, as far as these doors, 15 foot tall, and I forget how wide. So if we want to go like a standard garage door, single garage door width, would probably be about 8 to 9 feet. So again, we have some measurements, I guess, to be able to contend with here. Now, we made these, with all that being said, we did make a majority of these all 40 foot wide. So we've got that much space as far as, you know, if we wanted to split it up, we already know we're going to lose a foot from either corner, be able to have that corner, you know, so we're not going to have the garage door right on the corner. So so that's 2 feet. That's already taken away. We got the 32 inches for the man door, as far as the one in the middle. So adding all that up, we got basically 12, 12, 24, and 32. Let's add that up. That's how much we don't have to work with, I guess, as far as for doors. So 24 plus 32. That's 56 inches. Okay. So that's basically, let's see, 60 inches is 5 foot, so it's not quite 5 foot. 36 inches wide. I don't know what kind of doors you're doing. You always do 36. I'll do the 32, and then we'll see what we got, and then we'll go from there. I know from a modeling standpoint, 36, you know, probably makes more sense. 36 to me is more like an entry door, you know, like a front door to a house. Most standard garage doors, I think, are more 32, but we can play with this. This is what we got here so far with the 32 inch and the 24 inches from, you know, the foot on each corner. And then we'll go from there to see what we got. And we can always adjust from there. If we've got room, I guess as far as that just looks too wide, I guess as far as in between where the man door would be and so on, you know, then we can go from there. 36 might end up being the number. I just want to see what we got here. Okay, so I'm going to go with 8 foot wide garage doors. That's going to be a good starting point there. And we'll be able to place these initial cutters into place to see what we got to work with here. I'm not going to cut anything, I guess, as far as I'm 100% sure that's what we want. That's the route we want to go. Alright, so let's do create standard box. And we'll just lay a box down here. Then we can size this up the way we need it. So, 8 foot. I got that open right here. So 8 feet. It's going to be this many meters. We're dealing with everything that we're building within Max here. It's all in meters. That's what Enter 2003 uses is meters. That's the standard unit of measure there. That's why. Okay, so the width on this is going to be that. Don't seem right. Move this into position. That don't seem right. Hold on a second. No, that's definitely not right. So they must be using 10-foot wide doors? Well, why are they using these doors? It's a lot of guesstimation, I guess, in that point. Let me see here. Got our picture reference. Alright, so if that's a... And again, I'm just keeping 32 inches on the man door wide. There's about 2 feet on either side of the door. I'm totally guessing. 2 feet on either side of the man door. That's 4 feet. Plus the foot on each corner. How much does that give us left? I'm trying to find. So we got 4 foot. 48 plus 24. And do another computation here. So I'm looking for how much room we got left for this, the width of the garage door. So we got 32 for the door. That's what I'm going with for now. 48 inches as far as 2 foot on either side of that door. And then the 2 feet for the corners. That leaves us, that's 104 inches overall. We got 40 feet. 104 inches we need to take off. So how 40 foot times 12. $480 inches overall. Okay, so we'll subtract the 104. Got 376 inches. Okay. So if we divide that by 2, that's 188 inches. Okay, so 188, that's for each door. So divide that by 12. That's basically about a 15.5 foot door. That doesn't seem right. I thought it was 15 high. Interesting. Isn't that what we said, James? It's 14 by 14? Okay. You see where I'm coming from, I guess, as far as how I deduced that, I guess, as far as trying to determine, just from what I can see here, and just considering common building practices and so on, you know, what you can get for door sizes. So if we want to consider 14 by 14, yeah, that gives us a little bit more room, I guess, as far as to, because I thought you had already mentioned, Racer James, going back a little bit, the height of the door was 15 foot. So if you're saying 14 by 14, that's taking a foot off the height from what we originally thought. Oh, ceiling is 15, so, oh, I gotcha. Okay, so maybe, yeah, that's probably what I was taking out of context, you know, taking out of, so 15 feet to actually the top of the, yeah, that would be a foot. Makes sense. So you got the header for the actual door, so the door itself would be 14 by 14. That makes more sense. Okay. And like you said, I guess as far as that does accommodate being able to have a 36-inch wide door as opposed to 32. We're tracking. All right, cool. See, this is part of what you would need to do, I guess, as far as when you're putting these types of things together to get, you know, to use common building practices and even the picture reference to kind of get an idea of, you know, what you got, what workspace you got there. That's all that comes down to. All right, so we're going to do a 14 by 14 door. as far as the garage door. So let's set that up for that. Let's do this. 14 feet. Ends up being this many meters. Copy that. QQ. And we'll do okay. And we'll do that on both of these. Yeah, we can just do it all the way around. How about that? All the way around. We are going to need some depth to this or whatever so that we can make sure that it cuts into the poly, I guess, as far as we want it to. Now, how did this work out with the way... Yeah, that worked out pretty good. So as far as where that is, we got approximately a foot in distance between where that ceiling is and all that. That's pretty good. Bill Baines. What we will need to do, like I was saying, to do this, you want to kind of overextend, I guess, as far as your cutter, both from the bottom of the poly and, you know, the thickness of it. You don't want it to be this, you know, too shallow, if you will. Probably don't need it this deep, but you do need to have it relatively deep. Kind of use like a, you know, if you ever cut cookies, you know, as far as out of dough, you have that little bit of thickness there to compensate, I guess, as far as for whatever thickness of batter that you're using, I guess, as far as for your cookies. So, same idea. Okay, so we've got this one figured out what size we want here. So, let's go ahead and convert this to an editable poly. We're going to remove some polys off this. We don't need all of this here. I could just do the modifier for it, but we already got this shape where we want it to, and we're going to be able to clone this once we get it to where we need to the other building, so we can use that as a duplicate boolean cutter. That's the approach of it. So let's do this. Let's remove some polys that we don't need, mainly just on the front and back. And what this does is it creates basically a cookie cutter, like so. Now, also with the way this door is designed, we can probably take this bottom one out too. You don't need that because it's going to cut basically a U shape. And when you overextend against the sides of that, it's going to be ensured that it'll cut through that bottom edge of that poly for where the door is going to be on this building. So yeah, I'm going to take this poly out as well. Oh, whoops, that's not what I wanted. Take this poly out. So this is all we need right there. And we can probably shorten this up just a little bit. We don't need it quite this deep, but it's not a big deal. Let's go ahead and shorten it. I am going to overextend through the ground plane though, because right now it's just at 0 on this edge, just to make sure that we can cut all the way through that poly like I said. Let's do it about that dip. That's it. Fine. What that's going to serve is going to cut right through that poly. So now we're going to overextend this bottom verse just a little bit. You don't need to do it a lot. Just enough so that it goes past the 0 plane. Like so. And before we do this boolean cut, I'm going to make sure that I hide such items as the ground plane. I don't want to cut into that. Potentially cut into that. So that is our position for our door. Now from here we can clone it and put it in whatever positions we need. In fact, what I'm also going to do, it's not really critical, but I'm going to go ahead and affect the pivot and center that. Now we'll clone it. So I'm just going to get this set up here, see what we have here, and I'll also make one much the same fashion for our man door and get that into position, and then go. We'll see what we got coverage-wise. From what the calculations that we've already done, it should work out pretty well. There, our man door will go right in the center of that. Unibus. Okay, cool. Now I can make the man door. I already converted this, didn't I? Sure did. No problem. I could have probably made one for that before I converted it to an edible poly. Might have got a little bit ahead of myself, but no biggie. We can make another box and do much the same thing we did for these two doors. Okay, so let's make another box. We'll follow the same protocols that we just did for that. The garage doors. Bring this over here. Okay. Now we want to make this one 36 inches deep, wide, and then 7 foot tall. So let's get some measurement. We need 36, which is 3 feet. That keeps it pretty simple. Copy that. That's going to be our width. Like so. And then 7 foot high. Gotta love this though. And then we got, copy that. And height. Paste. There we go. There's the size of our man door. Now, also the same thing as these. We don't need it that thick. And they don't need to be the same thickness as the ones we just made, but if we want to get critical with that, we can do that. So say, for example, we can pull this out. And get them close. They don't have to be. It's out of the way. I need to break this one down a little bit too, just like we did that one. We're going to convert this one to an edible poly. So we got our size that we need. And take out the polys we don't need. This one out. Bottom one out. And the back one out. Just like that. Kind of like a staple almost. And then we're going to go like this. Grab these back verts. Shrink that up a little bit. It don't have to be the same. And overextend the bottom. Oh. Marvelous. These cutters are going to go away once we actually cut through the poly. So what I'm thinking, what I would like to do is actually create a group of cutters so that we can put them on the other buildings and use them as a clone to cut into the other buildings. It'll make sense here in a second what I mean. Okay, so let's line these all up. Want them. Yeah, this will work pretty good actually. Something like yonder. Marvelous. Like it. Yeah, it actually looks better with the 36. 32 would look too skinny, I think. Too. Okay. Alright, so now I'm just going to pull these out on the Y. I don't know which one's more funner, because for more funner, not even a, I don't even know if that's a phrase, but if it's this or actually texturing, I guess this can be considered pretty fun too to do this. Alright, so all I'm doing is dragging this out on the Y, and I'm going to bring it all the way out past the ground plane. And what I want to do is kind of conform these all the same thickness and such so that we can actually group this all together. Okay, so we're going to put the pit. Get real fancy with this thing here for a second. Let's do vertex, vert snap. Actually, effect pivot. Vert snap. Right there. Anywhere on any one of these front verts here is what I'm going for. Okay. No gambling apparently, I just saw that. Alright, so put that there. I'm trying to think of how I want to do this. Yeah, I think this will work. Yeah, so if I put the pivot right there on every one of these, I want to put them all on the same Y in this case, so that I can basically bring all this down to the same level too. They're obviously they're all out of whack, in my opinion. So let's go to this one, pivot, snap it to here. The same thing for this one. Cool. Alright. Now, pivot where it's at now. Let's get these all at the same Y. So this one is at this, okay. This one at the same Y. This one at the same Y. There. Now those are all even this way. Now, backside they are not. These two here should be fine. The Mandor's probably not. These both here, because I cloned it, they're both the same thickness. So I'm basically just trying to get the Mandor gets the same thickness. Okay, so now, so I probably didn't need to do all that, but I don't know, trying to reassure myself, I guess. Didn't hurt. So from here, what I should be able to do, with all the pivots in the same spot, that's probably the critical piece here. When I grab this Y coordinate on this one here, bring this out on this Mandor, then they should all match. This Y coordinate, copy that. Okay. Vertex, and then I'm going to grab all of these verts on the back side and paste that value that I just copied. Should bring it right out. Now it should all be flush on both sides, front and back. Perfect. Alright. And as long as we've got them in the orientation that we want them, as far as the spacing and all that jazz, that's probably the other critical piece. So from here, what we can do is we can collapse this together as one deal. I'm going to take this. Ooh, torches ahead then. By the one of the low end. That's one of the low end jackpots. Nice. Don't win ham on that. Ooh, alright, so what we're going to do is collapse this all together. And make it basically one big cutter. So we can stamp it and cut it out in one fell swoop. So let's do collapse, selected, picked, and then enter. Awesome. So now this will all move as one unit. We'll be able to cut it all one full swoop. So that's one design. Okay. Now to get the other designs, let's look at our picture reference again. We need a man door and just one door. One garage door, I should say. So we need that layout. I think that's the only two layouts that we have, actually. It's the one we just did, and then the one with just the one door, and then a man door next to it. On the left side of the garage door. Okay? So, probably what we could get away with is just removing, in another set, I'll clone this piece, and just remove this one garage door, and we should be good to go. That should do it. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this one here, clone it. That's a copy. And actually, I think what I will do is just call this as a cutter. I'm gonna do that with the other one too. We'll make this cutter 2. Okay, slide that one over. We're gonna edit that, and then this one I'll make cutter 1. So really, we only got the 2 different cutters for the different styles of doors that are on these buildings. Okay. Cutter 1 on that. Go. And this one's cutter 2. And then on cutter 2, like I was saying, all I'm going to do... And it doesn't really matter if these are edible mesh or edible poly, because we're only going to use it as a cutter. Not really doing anything more with it. They will disappear once you use it as a cutter, and it actually basically cuts out that poly. So it goes poof, it goes bye-bye, just as far as once you use it. So all we need to do is take out this entire door and have that set up. That is going to take care of opening the wrong dang one. This setup right here. So you can see those, and we'll be able to tell based on the way the driveways are on the top-down view as far as which ones have what. So this one has that same layout and so on. So we'll just clone where we need to have which type of door layout. This has got a double, this is a double, that's a double, that's a double. I think this one here, because it's smaller, that's going to have a different size cutter for that, so we'll have to do that one separate. That's that smaller. This one, all these are the smaller one. That's going to be a little bit different. These might be a little bit different too, so we'll deal with all these individual sized buildings in a different fashion. But for these 40 by 60s that we did, they'll have these 2 layouts, at least anyway. Okay. Yep, we can clone this one. We'll call this one as Cutter 3. And it doesn't really matter the name of it. Like I said, they're gonna go away once you use them. So probably not really that critical. Slide that over here. I'm just lining that up with the driveway basically on the ground plane. But I'm also looking to see how much room we got from the corner and stuff like that. This one we could probably move. Awesome. Yeah, hopefully it comes makes a little bit. What's going on here? Tech? No, what's going on with you? Skip over that. We're getting into some different. It's a different beat. I can dig it. Okay, that'll work. I'm just kind of eyeballing it really, just as far as to get it lined up with the driveway. Cool. This one's a double. Grab one of the doubles down here. Down here. Okay. We might have to move the building just a little bit. We'll line it more up with the, yeah, you know, like I mentioned, as far as the texture skewing, that doesn't necessarily exist in the ground plane. Have to fudge it a little bit. That's probably a little bit closer, yeah. That don't look too shabby. Okay. Looks like the rest of these are all doubles. Interesting. hopefully you kind of get the point, I guess, as far as what's going on here anyway. And then definitely once I get these all in position, I'm going to save the scene so I have that to fall back on before I start doing any cutting. That is going to be a definite thing. Oh. The thing I'm going to do here is go straight on. There we go. This is probably more of the view I should be looking to, just to make sure I'm fairly proportionate how much space is in between each corner. And then comparing that to where it lines up with the driveway on that ground plane. That's not too bad. So I'm going full head on like this and just looking to see how much spacing that we have. So far these look pretty good. That's the one. These are all the singular ones. Yep, we're looking pretty doggone good right now. Alright, so that we're gonna save. Let's do that a little bit later. So we got a double on this one. Everybody was still with me, chat? Yeah. Didn't lose anybody, I hope. Okay, we'll go straight on.
You
Good.
can do it!
I can do it! Okay. Right, this one here has got a single. Grab another single. On that. Yeah, that one we're doing later. Like that. Cool. That's another one that's the same size as that one. We'll save that. Now, I'm just focusing on just those 40 by 60 buildings. Love that soundbite. You can do it. That's one of the new ones there. Gotta love Rob Schneider, you know. Okay, so this one here's got a double. Alright, this has got a single. Let's get the doubles. How many doubles? We only got one other double. Alright, double on this stretch. Ooh, this building's off a little bit, okay. Just that a little bit.
Turning and turning in the winding gyre. The falcon cannot hear the falcon. Things fall apart. The center
go.
cannot hold.
Cute. Alright, now we need a single.
Plugged in ties loosed. all conviction, while the worst are full of passionate intensity. Surely some revelation is at hand. Surely the second coming is at hand. The second coming. Hardly are those words out when a vast image, out of spiritus mundi, troubles my sight somewhere in the sands of the desert. A shape with lion body and the head of a man, a gaze blank and pitiless as the sun, is moving its slow thighs, while all about it, real shadows of the indignant desert birds. The darkness drops again, but I know that 20 centuries of stony sleep will vex tonight man, but a rocking cradle. And what rough beast
And what they got here, is that a dumpster or something in that driveway?
slouches
What
towards
that is?
to be born?
They're lining up very, very nicely.
If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt
Okay, that's a different size building, so we'll save that one. Don't really know what size of garage door or whatever that's on that width-wise. Whether, let alone does it have a man door. I assume it probably does, but I'm not 100% sure. We'll save those for last. These have all doubles? Looks like they all got doubles on it. Alright, so what I'm going to do here initially for these here, so I'm going to clone one of these and just see how this looks on here. I think the width of the garage doors are going to be wider. I might have to adjust that. Food's nearly here. What are you having? What are you having before you go? I think my favorite part was more funner. What favorite part? Were you having pizza? Nice. Very nice. Well, you enjoy your pizza. Oh, when I said more funner? Oh, yeah. When I was asking if that was... Is that even a thing? More funner? You know, what was more funner as far as this or texturing? Yeah. Yeah, so I think initially what I'll do here, I'm going to clone this, bring it over here, and I think I'm going to have to make these doors on this one wider. Obviously that's a lot of space there. I don't think we have a picture reference, I guess, for, I don't think we have a picture reference for how wide it is, but the fact that it is physically wider, that would make sense that they would have a wider door. I don't think so, but it's fine. What is... Okay. It shows different emotes on my chat bot, and I had to check the chat bot. There we go. I had to see what emotes in there. It uses generic emotes, I guess, as far as on that, as opposed to Twitch chat, so... Alright, so how much wider do we need to make this here? Let's see. So the man door, I'm going to keep where it is. Kind of loosely center this up. I'm just centering up the man door in between them. And I'm going to make these garage doors wider. I think the way I'm going to do this, already got it collapsed. I'm not going to get super picky about this one. Let's grab these two, all these verts. I don't know. and bring it about a foot or so, I guess, as far as from the corner. Like so. Obviously, that one's not going to change. That's going to be a standard size man door, shop door, or whatever. I'm pretty satisfied with that. Few lanes, alright. Okay, so that's our new. Let's go ahead and reset the center on that. Alright, now we can clone that all the way down here. Looks like they got all the same deals here. None of these have singles on them, they're all doubles. Based on the driveway, anyway. Almost seems disproportionate. Hold a second. I like the way this turned out. It's like the one door is bigger than the other. What's up with that? I think what I'll do. My eyes are. This one seems wider. Yeah, this one definitely seems wider. Here, let me do something. Let's do this. All in. I'm getting real peaky, I guess, at this point here. I don't like the fact that this one looks wider than that one. Let's see. So what I'm going to do is try to make these proportionate. Symmetrically. Alright, center that. This is gonna make sense in my head, at least, anyway. Whether it'll actually come out the way I want it to. So, okay, so over here, it is definitely wider. Holy shit! Oh. All right, let's see. We're gonna do. Let's set the pivot on here. There. Same thing on this one. X coordinate.
The super mechanics. There is a boss.
Okay. That's how much wider it is. Okay.
I wish I could do this in real life.
Now what I'll do is 56. Yep. Yeah, the fact that these were 56 feet, I think was what we came up with there. I think it's what's making it kind of lopsided. Gotta pick up kiddo, have fun. Okay, no problem. Yeah, we're gonna be racing here at some point. Be sure to come back around and stick around. No, that's right. You're going to this one. It's that. Oh crap, I missed one. Yeah. No problem. There we go. Now they're the same size. Yeah, I think the fact that this one's 56 kind of threw that one off a little. Okay, let's this way. We'll make it work though. Okay, looks pretty good like that. That's not shabby, I don't think. Alright, let's go ahead and collapse this down. Alrighty then, so aim this. How many cutters do we have? 17, that would have been 8. Yeah. Not that it really matters, I just want to keep them consistent in the items list. OCD, you know. Okay, so we want to pivot, center that up. Now we can move on with cloning that. Cool. Yeah, that turned out pretty good. And clone. Now it'll label those consistently upward. Yeah. This way the items list isn't a disaster. We'll be able to tell what's what. We should have had 26 overall since we got 26 units, so we should have 23 by the time we're done with these. We still got 3 of those smaller buildings. My count is right. Alright, so yep, that's one of these. We got 23 and 3 more of those smaller ones. Smaller buildings. I have to make another. So I think what I'm going to do is take a singular one here. Now, I don't know what the layout of that is. If it just has a garage door or no man door. or if it has the same thing there. So I don't have a picture reference of that. I don't know if it's really that critical. We got 2 of those that way. We got one with probably just, they're probably all just single door. Single door with them. This one might have a single door and a man door. I don't know. Based on the size of the driveway. They only have just one big door. Oh. Alright, let's clone this one. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to make garage door thing smaller. Just a little bit. So that fits in there, I guess. Or we could just leave it like that and say hell with it. Could do that too. What do we think? I almost also think the man door should be on the other side. Does that look okay? Okay. We don't have to get too nitpicky. I almost feel like this man door needs to be on the opposite side. Most of these, they got them like towards the middle of the... Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Alright, we'll take this one. We'll also clone this. Right after the... What am I doing? I need to... Silly. Let's, great. Yeah. Slide here. Yeah, I almost feel like most of these are all going to be just a single... Like this one here, this is the only oddball. It seems to have a wider driveway than the other 2. So it could be to one side like this. I don't know. Don't have a picture reference to it. Almost feel like we'll put that one like that and just make it. Alright, last one. That'll be alright? I think that should be alright. I don't know about you folks, I'm not called that good. Maybe a little bit of a guesstimation, I guess, on some of these that we don't have picture reference to. The only thing we can go by is the fact that, like these here, or is the size of the driveway have a double door, double garage door. Some of these here might have one big garage door. I don't know. That's the other thing I think of too. Okay. As long as you're satisfied with it, we're going to save this scene. This is going to be prior to doing any cutting. That's what we'll get into next year. So just going by our items list here, we do have 26 cutters. We have our ground plane. And I guess I did name it, like I said, the numbering of the cutters probably doesn't really matter because they're going to disappear or dissipate once we use them. And we got 26 units in it. We're all good there. Another low end. That's another low end jackpot. Jackpot, none the same though. GG's. Some GG's out there. There we go. Heck yeah. Alright, let's save the scene. Slowly but surely, we're getting there. I think at this point, what I'll probably end up doing for texturing, after we get them boolean cut, take out the, well, not take them out, but I guess segregate all that out appropriately. As far as the texturing for it, I'll just put a simple texture to it. It's not going to be anything fancy, I guess, for now. It'll be just a placeholder, and we'll just build it from there. Because I do feel that this texture doesn't need to be this big. So I got it 2040 by 1012. I think I can get away with 1024 wide by 512 high. That's what I'm thinking. Kind of what I'm thinking. There's not going to be a lot of detail to that, so all this texture is going to serve as just for these storage sheds. In the storage, that's all it's going to be for. Okay, got that saved. Okay, now we're going to start doing some cutting. Down in the nitty gritty. What I am going to do, like I was saying earlier, I'm going to hide the ground plane. We don't want to affect the ground plane. We only want to affect these individual models. Okay, so we already got these into position to be able to cut through it. As long as it's through the poly like this and hyperextended and overextended, I guess, as far as on the bottom to make sure it completely cuts through it. That's pretty much all you need. So, here we go. We're going to choose our piece that we want to cut. There's a couple different places you can access this. You can either access it over on this side, as far as through where is that at? Yeah, so you can do compound over in here, so it's a little bit longer option over here. What's better, more than likely, is to go create, compound, boolean, make sure you got the piece that you want to cut selected. Well, unit 1 is already selected. Then we want to cut, refine, and then now we need to select the piece that we want to cut with, which in this case is going to be our cutter. So I'll pick operand B and then select that piece, and then it makes that cut. Now, from here, what you can do is either remove those polys, or at least texture into that specific area, I guess, as far as what you want. So you can more clearly define, I guess, as far as where the texture is going to map. Based on having that like that. That's just a little bit of review as far as how the boolean cutter works. Now from here, if you're satisfied with the way it turned out, it's still going to leave it in a boolean. You can deselect that. It's still going to show it as a boolean here. If you are satisfied with the way that cut, that's kind of what I figured was going to happen, because it got several cuts in here based on everything that we got going on in there. So that's probably not a whole lot we can do about that. But if you are satisfied with it, convert it to an editable poly. Yeah. So that was something that I was kind of worried about with how that was going to turn out. I was hoping it was going to be a little bit more simplistic, I guess, on that, but this is a common thing that will happen, I guess, as far as when boolean cut, it's going to create these erratic n-gons. And it's just because of the way what you're trying to cut to get everything to conform. And now if you wanted to, it would take a little bit more work. You can go back through this, so I'll just go ahead and convert this to an editable poly and cut out these, take out these polys like this, and then make a cleaner set of polys, like say like this. So I'll take from this edge right there, pull that down, and then probably build off the door itself, I guess, as far as to get the rest of it, like so. So if you really wanted to, you know, clean up, I guess, as far as the mess that it makes as far as when you're boolean cut, this is one way you can go about it. So what we're gonna do, and like I said, it does take a little bit more work to do it, but sometimes it does require it. Snap this. Oh crap, that's not one of the edges. I just want to bring that straight across. I'll be able to clean that up there as far as on the Z, so I'm not worried about that. Okay, let's go back to vert snap. Okay. I'm gonna turn that off. Get the Z on this. Copy that right? Probably not. There we go. That'll level that back out. Same thing over here. And then once we got that leveled out, I guess as far as based on the door, we can just snap these verts on this poly, just that, and that cleans it up a little. Let's see. Edge. Sure. Okay, snaps there. And then we'll level that back up. I'm going to recopy that in Z just to make sure. That's on the door. Go. Now I can snap. That. And then to make it even more efficient, second. We'll just make sure all these are welded. Right now, those are not going to be welded. It's cut out there, so all these verts and weld them. There. Now, if we reselect these and we move this out, that should all move out as a. Okay, so yeah, that's fine. We don't have any vert right here, so that's why that's separating like that. So that should be fine. No vert along here. Now, if you wanted to put one there, you could, but it's not really necessary. That's what we want. So that cleans that up there as far as that initial boolean. Now, from here, if we want to have the same type of layout on all these other buildings that have the doubles on it, we could basically detach this front end, clone that, paste it onto the front of these here, and we wouldn't even have to cut these at all. You wanted to get real fancy with that. Otherwise, you'd have to go through and clean that up on each one that you cut. So that's just something to keep into consideration, I guess, as far as with the boolean cutting as well. Okay. I think the approach that I will take is just the first one that I mentioned, as far as to detach this, say, from the first unit. Let's see here. So I'm going to detach this front end, basically. Let's do that. Okay, select all those polys that we want to detach. And I'll just do it that way. That confirms whatever I did, select all the ones that I wanted. Select that piece, and I'm going to center that. So, cool. Now what I'll be able to do is any of these other buildings that have the double on it, I'll be able to use that front, and I won't even need to cut them. So, you can pick your poison, I guess, at this portion for which method you want to use. Just got done painting 34 billboards for this. Mostly just fictional, but based on the surrounding area. Oh, as far as the sponsorships and all that, 34 billboards? Holy smokes. That's a lot of billboards. Holy macro. Alright then, so. Yeah. Let's go ahead and hide the ones that are doubles. Cutters anyway. And we can do the same thing with the single ones too, at this point. But it's nice to know that we have the option to do whatever we want. Wait, did I delete that? Crap, hold on. I meant to hide it. Yeah, I meant to hide it, not delete it. Okay, so hide. There we go. Don't want to delete all of our work, so they're still going to be in the scene. Right? There for our, an option. But like I said, I think what I will do, as I just did, I detach this off as an object. Now I can clone this as another object and bring it down here. And all I need to do on this building is just remove that front. So let's go ahead and polygon, keep that, and then take this one here and bring this across here. Now, may get a little bit tricky, I guess, as far as that, because we want to be able to make sure that's snapped right. So what I'm going to do is take this building, put the pivot there, and then be able to at least get the one corner. Then I know it should line up. So we'll take this, back to pivot, and snap it this vert. Okay, and then we'll have that, at least that X coordinate. We've only been moving it on the X, and no other axis than the coordinate than the X, so that should be fine. So now if we go back to this, whoops, need to actually get this X coordinate on that vert. I'm sorry, getting ahead of myself. Copy that X coordinate right there and paste it. This one here. Ah, crap. Yep, that's the center of it. Yeah, just as I said that, I knew that was going to happen. So I need to effect the pivot on this one. And snap to this one here. So the pivots have to match up, I guess, you know, just like I've been showing us as far as all the time, in order for that to work like it's intended. Alright, now with those pivots both in the same spot, paste that there. Now I know it's 100% lined up and there's no gaps on that. And we have the same front as we do on this one. I think that'll work out just fine. Let's turn the snaps off. Cool. That's that one. Yes, please continue. We're getting there slowly but surely. I would have had to just cut the doors in the first building and just clone the entire building and place. Well, you could do that too. There's. Yeah, I was just trying to get all the buildings in place so I didn't have to mess with that. Yeah, but you could definitely just have made one building, you know, center oriented it, and then put that into position. The approach I took, obviously, as I've shown all stream, is just to put all the buildings into place, and then do it this way. But yeah, you could definitely do it that way too, George. There's really no wrong way to do it. This is just the approach that I took. I didn't know how the Boolean was necessarily going to turn out to create that necessity, I guess, as far as to do what I just did. If it would have been a lot cleaner, I could have just used, you know, as far as on the Boolean cut, I could just use the cutters on all of these and just been done with it. So it really just comes down to how well the cutter, you know, it Boolean cuts, I guess. And also what I took into consideration, the fact that there's so many different size buildings, they're not all the same. That's another reason why I guess I took the approach that I did, to put them all in position. Build the one, clone it, put them into position, and then go from there. That's just my approach. That's absolutely not the only way you can do it. Okay, so moving on. Yeah, so I already did hide the ones that needed the double. Okay, so what I'm gonna do, since I already know what, based on what I've already done for the previous one, I'm gonna take off the front, and then I'm gonna move the pivot. To here. And we'll be able to reorient that once we collapse it down and all that stuff. That's not a big deal. It'll all come to fruition as far as once we're done. Alright, now we need to go to this one. That front off of it. I'll come back and pivot work. Wait, did that move? Okay, never. Thought it shifted that for some reason. Okay, so we need pivot. Snap. Pivot. I probably don't need to turn the vert snap. I've ran into some really weird things that happen whenever you don't turn the vert or edge snaps off, where it's moving verts that you didn't even realize, and it's not till after you create the model that you got a vert that's way out in left field. So I always get in the habit of turning the vert snaps off whenever I'm selecting a new vert, regardless of drag select or what have you. All right, did I miss one? Okay, this is the one I want to clone from. All right. Creature of habit when it comes to that. Like I said, we turn the pivot off of that. Okay, so now they got the pivots where they need to be, so I can get the X coordinate for this one. Yeah. Clone this. Over, and then just paste that value for the X there. Bam. Next. That one there. Exit this. Clone that. And one more for good measure on this row. I got one more right here too. Copy that X. Whose horse farted me? What's that Twitter post? Oh, sneak peek at the billboards. Okay. Nice. Anybody that wants to check that out? Take a look at it here in a second. Yeah, clone that. Awesome. And so we got one more over here. Just like we did previously, we'll take the front off of that. Pivot. Snap it back there. On this bad boy. Here, and then we just need to get that X coordinate. Go. So that's all one row for that. Marvelous. Now we'll see how it turns out, I guess, as far as when we do these singular ones here, and we'll go from there. If it turns out being sloppy, I guess, as far as like the double one, then, yeah, with the double doors, the triple doors, however you want to look at it, we'll do the same approach. I'm going to leave those fronts on those, I guess, as far as still exposed yet, so we need to put them on the other ones here. Then we can... Let's try a Boolean cut on this one. So same process, select the piece that you want to cut. Okay. And then where I like to go is as far as just a crank, pound, boolean. Okay, sure to have most of the settings that we had for the previous cut. We're on unit 2. That's what we want as our piece we want to cut. Want to cut, refine. Pick our cutter, which is our operand B, and select the cutter. That one's actually a lot cleaner. Oh wait, that's going to be a lot nicer on that one. That was what I was hoping would have happened with the other one there. So that's actually pretty decent like that. Boolean. So with the boolean, we'll click that off and actually convert it back to nettable poly. Yeah, that's actually not too bad that way. That's pretty reasonable. But again, if you wanted to clean it up, you could try it too. You keep getting those low end jackpots. Beering it up though. Richard James seemed to be right back. Let me check out that. Now that I've tried that boolean cut, I don't think this one's turned out too bad actually. That's a pretty decent, a reasonable boolean cut. But again, like I said, if you wanted to clean it up, you could. Let me check out that Twitter post Richard James had here. Oh, wait a minute. Let's do this. Hey, that looks pretty cool. No shadows or shading on it just yet. But man, that's gonna look freaking cool. Let me see if I can put this for anybody else that did check it out. Let me see here. Hey, gummit. Which chat's being twitchy again. Un momento. Oh, you're not gonna do that. Okay, I see how you're gonna be. Alright, let's do this. I'm telling you. Alright, let's put it up over here. So this is a post that Richard James made with the progress of the billboards. And again, like I was saying, no shading or anything on it just yet. That's just pretty much raw. But yeah, kind of get it. 34 of those, I think he said. In macro. But there you have it, folks. Feel free to check out that link in the Discord, or else I brought it up here. Cool binds. Alrighty then. I think what I am going to do is I'm going to go ahead and save this scene like it is for now. Save our progress. I think I'm pretty satisfied with the way it's turning out so far. Alrighty then. Where are we at time-wise here? I know it's probably taking a little bit longer than it usually does. Okay. Yeah. I had already mentioned, I guess, as far as I'll probably take a really simplistic approach, I guess, as far as applying a texture to it. I'm using a much smaller template that I've initially started here, just to get the different areas of the sheds or whatever textured. UV map. And it's not scrolling again. Scroll, you son of a gun. Okay. Let's continue with our boolean cuts. So I already converted this over to nettable poly. Cool. Alright, so here's what we want to piece we want to cut. Pound, boolean. Cut, refine. Pick our operand B. That right there. Got a boolean. Nettable poly. Okay, next. Create compound boolean. Refine. Now, see, initially it's going to look a lot cleaner than it does until you undo the boolean itself. That's normal. That is normal. So that one's already done. That one's already done. So all the cuts are done on these. This one here. Great. Compound. Boolean. Hard to find. Boom. Yeah, see, that actually did it much cleaner. This was hoping, kind of hoping it made it a lot cleaner, I guess, as far as like on single ones here. Like, this is still not bad though. Not bad at all. Okay. Continue our process here. So we'll go compound boolean. I'd actually do that a lot cleaner. What's up with that? That's weird. So the fact that this one actually did it a little bit cleaner, I don't know why it did that. That is peculiar. Still not a bad cut, nonetheless. Yeah, this is the way I was hoping it would actually turn out, actually. I don't know why that one did it so much cleaner. Comparison to comparison to that one there. That's interesting. There's another low end one. You're really kicking Racer James' butt right now. Everybody's butt. I don't even know how much that is right now. Sure, you're keeping track though. Yeah, so we just got the one that really did cut a lot cleaner. The rest of them, that's kind of weird. Anywho, let's take what we can get. Oh, maybe that's why. So I notice when I click on the boolean to get that off of there, it actually cuts it again, looks like. Oh, okay, I might have goofed up. I just noticed what I was doing there. I didn't know that was a thing, actually. So what I notice after I do the cut and the cutter goes away, if I click on the boolean again, it actually makes this mess. But if I go right to here after cutting it, go to editable poly, then it keeps it cleaner. F. Okay. Okay, I already saved. I might reload the scene here. So what I did was I saved it up to the point where I did single cut. Yeah. It's double cut. It's just before I did a first single cut. Pretty sure. Alright, let me go ahead and reset this. I do not want to save that. Let's do open. I hope I did that the way I thought I did. I think that's the way I did it. Pretty sure. I'm gonna find out here in a second. If I didn't, then my mistake. So I did the first, yeah, single cut. So this is before I did the rest of the single cut. So what I'm gonna do, yeah, I'm gonna redo these cuts and then actually translate those onto this one here that's effed up. Yep. That's what I'm gonna do. Well, you found that winner at least anyway, so soundboard's working for you. That's good. Alright, let's redo these booleans. So that's something I haven't necessarily paid attention to, and I'm sure it's probably been shown, I guess, in our videos that are available on the Spline Design's YouTube, as far as proper way to do the boolean cut. So what I'm finding, since I haven't done a boolean cut in a little bit, in a hot minute, when you let me go through the process here again. When you boolean, you gotta set this all back up again. Alright, so when you click on this again, when you click on this boolean again, it actually makes that mess, right? So don't hit that again. What you want to do, if you want to, once you're done and you're satisfied with the way that turned out, go into here, into the rollout here, and then convert it back to an editable poly. Now it's nice and clean. Don't hit that boolean as far as that's already green, toggled green. Otherwise it gives you that mess. There's a max one. Yeah, that's rigged. I agree with that there, Razor James. Holy crap. So yeah, he's kicking your pants now there, Razor James. He's got quite a few there now. Yeah. So here's a fair little note. I think I'll actually, we need to highlight this here too. If you're doing a boolean cut, after you do the boolean cut with your cutter, you pick your operand B, the button that is, and I'm going to do this again. When the button that's green, that's boolean, don't touch that again. Go into your rollout, I guess as far as where it's still listed as a boolean here, and then convert to editable poly. And then that gets rid of the boolean, brings it back to an editable poly, and then you have a nice clean set of faces there. Primarily, the way you set your cutters up, if they're not really close together, much the way we've got these set up, it should give you a clean cut right off the bat after you cut. If it don't, then it would probably enable you, I guess, as far as to redo your cutter so that you can get a nice clean cut. So that's probably a nice fair take, I guess, to take from that. Alright, so as I do this again, we'll highlight this deal here so we can have something to... Yeah, let's do this. So we're going to do this again. Pick your piece you want to cut. In this case, Unit 4. Create, compound, boolean. We already got it set up to cut, refine. Pick operand B. Let it cut. Do not hit this boolean again. Don't touch this one again. This is, yeah, and I've noticed this before, and I've never really paid attention. I think it goes back to when I did the victory lane for Texas. I hit this again in an effort to try to get rid of that. Just go to your rollout, and then convert that to an editable poly, and it'll leave it just like that. Otherwise, it creates all those. If you hit that button there, it's gonna, you know, create those erratic poly cuts there, so you don't want that. Anyway, fair mention. Let's go ahead and hide. We need to clip that. That's good stuff. There we go. So I'll resave this, I guess, after I redo these. I've probably been making that mistake more times than I care to count, as far as when we and like I said, the one thing that does tend to make me reflect on is the Texas victory lane, for some reason. I don't remember if I had to do a boolean cut on that or whatever it was. It was creating some unnecessary cuts in there, and I think that was part of the reason why. I don't know if it was the Texas victory lane or one of the objects that I was doing. Anywho, create. No. Compound boolean. Refine. Pick operand B. Do not hit that. Or 2 edible poly. Nice. Who's torch coming in there? I have a menu shortcut to convert edible poly. Yeah, I've got one too. It's up here. I got it right here too, but I'm just taking the long route. You know, it's kind of hold your hand mode. For those that don't know how to get the shortcuts set up. But I do have one up here for that as well. Again, during the streams here, I always tend to be in hold your hand mode. Yeah, I got one for unwrap as well. It's right up here. But again, like I'm saying, I tend to take the longer route for those that don't have the shortcuts set up. You know, so if you got the shortcuts set up, you would know where to go. Just hit what you need to hit if you got it set up. But yeah, again, hold your hand mode. And we do have plenty of videos on. We got at least one video on the Spline Designs YouTube, I guess, as far as that explains how to set custom shortcuts on the toolbar, like unwrap or edible poly rollout. Whatever you tend to use, I guess, as far as frequently, it's very useful. So when I got my ribbon here, I guess, as far as for snaps, as far as for vertex and edges and so on, I use that quite a bit. From UV mapping to just overall modeling, so that's another piece that I got in there. Lots of those types of things you can put up there. You can have this whole menu bar full of, quick references as far as what you use frequently. Okay. Continuing with our blue link cuts. Alright, so compound. Blue link. Number 5. Don't hit that. Below. For 2 poly. Sweet. Nice. Okay, so we're gonna do 3. And if nothing else, if I haven't made it abundantly clear yet, always make sure you have the piece that you want to cut as your operand A, not your cutter. Don't do it backwards. Otherwise, your piece that you're trying to cut will just disappear, and your cutter will remain. It's kind of backwards out, especially with these simple cuts like that. Cut. Don't hit that. 2 gettable poly. Sweet. There's all that row. Those are all cut. Sweet. I'm gonna go ahead and save this scene. Oh, we know that's good. What I am gonna do, hey, you know what? Before I do that, this one here that I did as single, I'm gonna redo this front end. I'm gonna take this front end, actually replace it with that one. So we're just gonna take this completely off. We'll delete all these polys on this one. We're gonna fix this one. This one's ugly. Take all these off, and we're gonna basically detach that, clone it, and bring it over here. Voila. Alright, this is one approach you can take anyway. Plenty of other approaches you can probably take too. This is the way I'm gonna do it. Okay, so highlight. Okay. Yep, one big poly there, sweet. So we need all of this. Where we get all of it, there we go. Attach it. Yes, please. Highlight that. Just pivot. And actually, just as the other ones suggested there, we're going to go this way. That right down there. Oops, make sure it's on that corner. There we go. Beautiful. Now, clone that and bring that over here. Oops, we want that as a copy. Okay. Add over. Nice. Getting those low end ones, but hey, they're jackpots nonetheless. Oh, I need to get change this pivot. Back pivot. Down on that. Whoa, no, that's not what I wanted. Okay, now we can get this X. Copy that. Sit to here. Boom. Now we got a new front end on that thing. Sweet. And nice. Now, I think what I'll do as well, I'll go ahead and collapse these down. Actually, I need to keep one of these open because we still still got some doubles. I'll keep one of the doubles and one of the singles free there and collapse the rest of them so that we can clone that and put those on those respective fronts. We won't need to cut those as we've already proven. Alright, so this one, unit, that, collapse that. Cool. And then center. And reset X form. Cool. Alright, so that's good. Flat stall. And double poly. Now, like you were saying earlier there, Put Torch, you would probably just clone this piece and then just put that with it's all done. I've already got all these in position, basically. I don't want to mess with all that. So I'm just going through them. Yeah, you can totally do that as far as like once you get one piece, since there's many of these that are the same, and just clone it and put it in position. You can totally do that. I just don't want to do it that way. So, folks, I'm going to take just a short little break. Give me just 1 second. I got to use the restroom. I'll be right back, so don't go nowhere. Alrighty, folks, we're back. Let's take a short little bathroom break there. So good. That's about 10 wins. Holy crap. So you got another one while I was gone there, huh? Yikes. Alright, so I guess I got this in wire mode. How'd I do that? Switch that back again. There we go. Cool beans. Alright, so I forgot where I left off here. I got that one's. Oh, I know what I was doing. I was just collapsing these all down. So I'm going to keep one of each of these. It gets as far as the double and the single. Also, going to put. Let's do. Yeah, don't I have one in already that has that? Yeah, right. This. Let's see. Let's put these both. Set the P on this one. Holy crap! Oh my goodness, that's just crazy. Going nuts. Okay, let's get affect the pivot on this one here. So, snap. Oh shoot. Affect the pivot only, dummy. It's sloppy now. Vert snap right there. Bring it down on the right vert. Righty then, so we'll leave this one that way. Yeah, this one and this one, we'll leave that, and we'll collapse all the rest of these. As far as that configured, we're done with all these. Cool. Right. Cool. Let's do this one. Collapse these two together. That's unit 5. Collapse selected. Okay. Also reset the X. Marvelous. Next. I know it's probably the long way. I 100% get that. It's like, why don't you just take the one that's already done, clone that, and bring it over? I already got these into position, so that's my only argument that I have as far as for doing it this way. Plus, it gives me a little bit of practice, I guess, as far as, you know, method. All right, so unit 7. This was unit 6. Yeah. That and that. Hammer. Collapse selected. Pivot. Center that. And reset the X1. Oh. And inverted. Readable, probably, my bad. Next. Okay. Hammer. Collapse. Pivot. Center that. And reset X1. Yeah, so I could be using this one up here totally. And again, I'm just in hold your hand mode first. This one's already done. Unit 9, sweet. In fact, just to kind of prove how that works, I guess it's probably dedicated. And also to save some time. Pivots. up the X form. Oh, and no edible mesh. Go to edible poly. Just what I don't like about doing it this way is it actually creates this here, so it might be something I got screwed up here. I'm just gonna go. This one here actually just adds the modifier to it. It's not the one where you go the right click to it. That just adds it to rollout to it. That's why I had both edible mesh and poly. So there's probably an option in there actually to make it so that it converts to edible poly, not just add it to the rollout. This one's already done, and this one's already done. Cool. Alright, so this whole row is complete. I just left these two, one set of that and one set of that open so that I can copy that to these back row here, for example. So now I can do that, or I can just follow up. In fact, let me save this here. So I'm thinking I might get a better result now, I guess, as far as with that double. I probably won't even need to do that at all, but I'm gonna go ahead and save it this way. Yeah, so I think I know what I was doing wrong, just practicing what I preach, I guess, as far as at this point. Don't hit that Boolean button, I guess, as far as it's green. After it's done, go to your rollout, or to edible poly, or to get it off the Boolean. Once you're satisfied, I guess, with the cut. If you're satisfied with it, then that obviously do that. So let's follow that rule of thumb. So we got this unit. Go to create, compound, Boolean, refine, pick our operand B, select that, get that nice clean cut, do not hit that, back to our rollout, and then just convert that to an edible poly. Boom. See, now we won't even need to really do that, but we kept those open at least anyway. So if we wanted to do the same thing, have this layout on this one, we could do that. Take that out there. I think I might just leave this one like that, but we have the option at least anyway. That definitely saves a lot of headache though, that's for sure. Okay, did Richard James ever come back? No, Torch has been crowding up the chat. Okay, you did. Alright. Just making sure I didn't miss anything. No, the chat's just full of shots and slots. Just making sure. We're just having fun with that. Alright, so we got operand B, create, compound, Boolean, fine, operand B. Oh wow, that one did not cut. Oh, what happened there? That one boo-booed. Back it up. What happened? What happened there? I haven't coming in, sneaking up the place. I guess so, Razor James, yeah. Why did that garage door not cut though? That's interesting. Let me try that again. It's still shown as a Boolean. Let me back it all the way up. For some reason that did not cut right. The man door did, but the actual garage door didn't. Working on the vehicle all day. I thought you were getting rid of that darn thing. The exploder? What you're talking about? Okay, let's try this again. Let's see what happens here. So if we go create, compound, Boolean, but refine, operand B. Why is it not cutting the save? What? Okay, hold on. What is happening there? So this one did fine. Let me try and move this in a little bit more. Did I maybe just have that out a little too far? I don't know. Try it that way. So, in a little bit. Alright, so we do great. Compound. Boolean. Fine. Pick upper and B. What in the world is going on with this one? Are you kidding me? Huh. Let me try this one over here. That's weird. I mean, it's not cutting the garage door at all. It's like, okay. Clean. Cut refine. Pick up rent E. That one cut. Why does this one not want to cut? What's going on here? This one's got a problem. Let's go ahead and... That one worked. Weird. There's no reason why that should not be cutting. What if it's too close to that corner? Possibly? Let me move it over. Try moving it off that corner a little. Oh, it's only as an edible mesh. I just noticed that. Oh, that's the cutter. Never mind. But this one is a poly. No, okay, we're good. Right, let's try it this way. Never mind. I'm fine. You're crazy. Oh, you need to fix it first. I had to change the thermostat, which took all day because the park store manager. Oh yeah, you gotta love that. This took forever. Yikes. Thermostat. Where's the thermostats on the excluders? I forget. Are they like a pain in the butt to get at? Alright, anyway, we have to try to read. So, try it again. Try again. So I just moved it off the corner. I don't know if I had it too close to that. Let's see what the deal was. So we go Boolean. Cut, refine, pick up RAM B. There we go. Yeah, I must have had it too close to that corner. I didn't like that, so it just totally negated it. Okay, so that's better. That's more better. Yeah, we're in good shape. In the middle of everything, dang it. Gotta love it. Like a starter on a North Star. Oh, don't even get me started on the North Stars. I know plenty about the North Stars. Those things are a nightmare. They got to be called a nightmare as opposed to a North Star. Torch can definitely tell you some things, I guess, about Volvos. That's for sure. All right, let's try this one next. This one I might have to move over just a little bit. We'll see. I'm gonna move this one over just a tad. There we go. All right, let's try that. So we need to go create, compound, boolean, butterfly, okay, marvelous. Okay. Love when a plan works together. We're getting there. Getting there slowly but surely. Okay. Create. Compound. Boolean. Upper and B. Haircut. Love it. Fabulous. Just marvelous. Poly. It's like an assembly line at this point. Create. Compound. Boolean. Randy. Marvelous.
Seriously. I am at least
we got a couple more to do now. We got this whole other row, I guess, too.
Serious.
I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but I will save it after this point. We're pretty much good to go. I'm going to collapse these two down. I think we're pretty good with not needing those. As far as the front gable end, I guess, of that.
Seriously.
Boolean. Cool.
Do it now.
Go. Last of these units. We got this whole other row here too, so I don't want to forget saying. Great. Compound. Clean. Operate. Marvelous. There we go. There's that row. I will go ahead and save the scene at this point. And we only got this one other row to do. Before I save it, like I said, I want to get these two flaps. I set these just in case we needed to use the fronts on these, which we don't. Our cutter's working out this great. I know this one here is a little bit different from this one here, but I don't think this one's still too bad. I think it'll work. It'll work out. Okay, so take this and then that. Our hammer, collapse that, select it. Okay, and we're going to do pivot, center that, and reset our X1. Cool. Collapse that down. Yes, please. And convert that back to poly. And then this one as well. Unit 2. Hammer it. Pivot, center it. And reset the X1. Marvelous. That's all. And convert that back. Cool. Now we only got this one other row. I'm going to save the scene. That all done. We're getting there. We are getting there. So save as that one right there. Cool. Alrighty then. One more row to do, and then we can get into texturing. And like I said, I'm gonna go really super duper fast on the UV unwrap, I guess, as far as with the texturing. I'm not gonna get super crazy with it at this point. So this was a lot just to get to this point. Even though they are pretty, not very detailed and all this stuff, there was a little bit going on with it, I guess, as far as to get the boolean cut set up right and all that. It has a lot of explanation to it. So what I am going to do, if I haven't said that already, I'm going to make this texture a little bit smaller. So right now, I've got it as a 2048 by 1024. I don't think I need it that big. Don't need it that big. But we're going to go image, resize. We'll resize this to 512 and go 1024. 5. Yep. There we go. So let's make it a little bit smaller. So we'll go normal view, so that'll be the size of it. Actual size. I don't think we'll need much more than that, quite honestly. And if we do, we can adjust it just as we need to. These are going to be pretty simple, so. Army campsite, yeah. Yeah, and I think, like I mentioned before, it almost reminds me of Monopoly. You know, the hotels and the houses on the Monopoly board game. That's the other thing, too, it reminds me of. And for anybody that doesn't know, that's kind of chiming in there, lurking in chat, we are working on, even Evan, I guess as far as those of the like, we are working on, let's see if I can bring this up, these buildings here that are on the backstretch of a track called Lacrosse Fairgrounds Speedway. which is this bad boy. So these buildings that we're creating, they're going to go in this area on the track build. So picture, if you will, these right in this area, as far as where all these driveways and all that is. And this is on the backstretch of the track. There'll be a tree line right here, eventually. And I think Racer James said he might have put some in there already. He did post a link, a Twitter link, I guess, as far as the billboards that he have been working on as I've been doing these structures here for the storage facility. So those are done. Looking pretty nice. And no shading on it yet, as I had already mentioned too. And the fact that there's no shading to a lot of that stuff yet still looks pretty boot camp. Yeah, that's another one. Versus grub tent. I don't know. I don't know if it would be one of those one of these bigger ones. I don't know. Would it be one of these? Maybe one of these smaller ones? I'm not sure. One of these has got to be a latrine. One of these has got to be, I think. Anyway, let's get back into this here. Yeah, there's a Twitter link for anybody that wants to, that's new coming into the stream. If you want to check out what Racer James has been working on while I've been doing this. This is pretty much a collaborative, yeah, that's a word, collaborative build. So many little things like these, the storage facility that's on the backstretch behind the tree line are prominent there, and you know, every little bit of help counts. But there you go. You have the link in there. I guess as far as I did show that, I guess as far as prior to me taking a little bit of a break. So feel free to check that out. This one's unit 13. Create compound. Boolean. See how this one looks. Pick operand B. Marvelous. One in the back on the rollout. Convert to editable poly. Marvelous. So what we're doing on here, just to kind of explain what's happening here, these are going to be cutouts for the doorways that are on the building. So it's going to leave room not only to texture these buildings, which are pretty simplistic in their own right, but also to have the option to have some of these either open or half open, and probably more on this side than anything. More on this side than anything. So it's kind of serving two purposes to do these cuts that I'm doing currently. Not only to texture it to get the door in the position that you want to and not have to fight with it on the actual texture itself, but also to have the ability to make some of these either half open or open and be able to see that from the track, which will be in that direction. So the track is over here, backstretch wall is over here, just for orientation. It'll make more sense, I guess, as far as once we get the 3DO made for this and get it into the sandbox. So stick around for that if you want to see that. Okay. I'm going to turn that down just a tad bit more. There we go. I feel like I'm screaming over the background music a little. Okay, next one. So we're doing what is considered to be a Boolean cut on these, since it's a compound thing. So you pick the piece that you want to cut into. We already established our piece that we want to cut with, which is already the size of the doors that we want. And we're just using that as a cookie cutter. So if you ever make cookies, as far as to get that pattern stamped in that particular shape, that's basically what we're doing here. We're doing virtual cookie cutting. This as far as into this storage shed. Okay, so fine. Pick operand B. Boom. Okay, convert to editable poly. So that one's done. Next. Create compound boolean. Cut refine. Pick operand. Pick our cutter. Put it back to an editable poly. Marvelous. Next. Just that simple. We had a little bit of trouble, I guess, as far as with dummy me, I guess, as far as clicking the wrong buttons and actually making it a little bit messier on the cut. And I've probably been doing that many more times than I didn't realize. So it really does come down to, we did do a highlight, I guess, as far as how to do this properly without making the cut too messy. And really what it comes down to is you do your boolean cut on the piece that you want to cut. Boolean, cut, refine. Operand B, pick your piece you want to cut with. After you do this, do not click this again. Otherwise you'll get a really funky cut on this, and basically you'll do a duplicate cut, which creates unnecessary n-gons in here. You don't want that. Go back to your rollout. It'll still say boolean here, convert to editable poly. And you're done. Okay. Next. Okay, compound boolean. Cut, refine. Butter piece. Do not hit that. There we go. And last one. Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Down in the home stretch. Create. Compound. Boolean. Operand B. Go. Do not hit that. And we are done cutting. Sweet. We'll save that. Actually, I'm going to bring the ground plane back. So we did start off with a ground plane that's scaled, I guess, as far as to real world, right? So we're going to bring that back in here just to kind of show for reference in here. So this same, relatively this same area that's in our track virtually, right here, that's the same area here that we have depicted in our modeling program for this. This is all going to be one model. Try to make this very simplistic. So all this here should be able to put it all in one model, as far as to put it in that spot in our track here in Sandbox over here. Alright, well, before we do that, we got to make sure we get this thing textured. I want to get it textured first. That's going to be the next step. So we got all these done. So let's look and see what we got in our items list. What's this object 3? Oh, I got one I missed here. Dead. So let's finish. Not done yet. 2 of these here. Yeah, that should work out fine. Yeah, let me collapse this one down. Unit 6. Alright. So apparently I missed one. Go to our hammer. Collapse. Selected. Sweet. And effect pivot. Center that. Reset our X form. Beautiful. Collapse that down. Yes. Convert that to an editable poly. Now, check our items list. Make sure we don't have any stragglers. Wait a minute. Wait a minute, what did I do? Oh, for crying out loud, I forgot to select both of them. Thought I had them both selected, I guess I didn't. It's got a little too click happy, so yeah, we want to combine that. So this is previous front that we attached. So I didn't get it attached, my bad. Try that again, shall we? Collapse. Selected, there we go. Back to pivot, center that. And then reset our X1. Commit in there, that's good. Collapse all. That's why we look at our items list to see if we got any stragglers. Probably. Now let's check our items. Cool, now we got our ground plane, 26 units. 26 units in this thing here. And then our cutters still have those hidden. Oh, my bad. It's not one. Alright. Hidden item. So we probably don't need these cutters anymore, but we'll leave them in the scene. You can always chunk those out against us prior to export when we collapse the whole model. This is I'm gonna do that after I texture it. Okay. let's save it this way. Is everybody with me yet? I hope so. Hope I'm not losing too many, y'all. Alright, so now this is going to be our new starting point. So from this point, if we screw up, we'll have this to fall back on. Okay, so I think the approach I want to take to texturing these, I'm almost thinking in the essence of time, what eventually will end up being, well, what eventually will end up happening is we'll probably end up texturing one of these and then clone it and then put them in their respective positions just to make that process simpler, because once you get it textured, you don't want to have to apply all that mapping again and repeat that process, I guess, as far as like that. So from a texturing standpoint, we've already done a lot of that already just to kind of show different ways, I guess, of being able to make these models in duplicate. And we've got several different size types or whatever. So when it comes to the texturing, I'd probably want to model at least just one style of that, duplicate it, you know, as far as to clone it, put it in a position for each style, right? So this one will have to make an unwrap for it, duplicate that into those other positions. So we'll do that in another stream. Okay, so for in the essence of time here, what I'm going to do is just collapse this whole model. We're going to unwrap it. We're going to slap that texture onto it. It's going to be all helter-skelter, and that'll be fine. I just wanted to see if we can get this model into the track, even with a, you know, whacked out texture, you know, unwrap to it. At least, anyways, just to see what how we're all set up here. Okay, so hopefully everybody's. Let's go. So what I've got here, I'm going to hide this for a second. You already got it saved. Yeah. Collapse this all down, just like it is. (26 units), so select all. Okay. Then I want to take my hammer, collapse all of that. It's going to change the center. That's what I expected. And it's going to have it just as unit 1. So what I'm going to do, and it's really not that important, I guess, at this point, but I'm going to go ahead and name this anyway. I'm going to name this storage. Facility. And I'm going to use camel letter. That's what it'll probably end up being named, I guess, as far as once it's all said and done. So I'm just kind of following suit as far as what I would have it once it's all completely done, final. Okay, so now we're going to affect the pivot. Center that. Okay. Then I'm also going to reset the X1. Please. Good. Last all. And we don't need to do anything else to the model, so it doesn't matter if we convert this back to an editable poly or not at this point. Only thing I want to do at this point is get material to this. So I've already resized this. We're just going to put this gray color to it in this size. It's already a power to 1024 by 512 high. We're going to flatten this, file save it to our modeling directory here for Lacrosse Ability 3S. Save this as a bitmap. No transparency or anything like that in it, so we're not all that complicated. It will eventually probably need transparency if we do have the half open doors, so on. We'll get to that point later. For now, we're just going to do a simple bitmap, and we're going to rename this save it. Now that should put that texture in our 3ds folder right now. So this is our texture, just very simple at this point. Nothing fancy about it just yet. Now we need to apply that texture that we just created to the actual model. Okay. So we need to go into our material editor. Go to this sphere, set it up as standard. Okay, go to the diffuse map and select that texture. Hit map and apply it physically to the model. Like so. Now initially it's going to put it on there just like that. It's not mapped as of yet. It's got the texture applied to it, but it's not UV unwrapped yet. So that's just step 1. Step 2 is going to be to actually unwrap it. The UV editor, actually bring the texture into the UV window. There's our actual texture. It's not, like I said, nothing fancy. So this is all, every poly, vert, whatever that's going on with that model, that's all been collapsed. Eventually this is all going to get redone. But just for now, like I said, for the essence of time, I just want to try the model out in Sandbox itself and see what our conformity is. See if we can go ahead and actually apply the proper texture mapping to it. It'll be a whole nother process. Okay, so we're going to go polys, and we can do it from one of either places. We can do it right here from the viewport, or we can come in here and make sure we select all the polys, like so, and then we're going to do, in this case, just a quick planer. It's going to put it within the constraint of that texture. This is not going to be the way it's going to be final product, so don't take any stock out of that. This is just for now, like I said, in the essence of time. So I'm just going to squeeze this on here like so. Make sure it's within that bounding box for the actual texture. Don't worry about its scale and distortion and all that stuff. That's not going to stay that way. Okay, so now that is officially UV unwrapped. So with that, we're going to go ahead and collapse that. We're going to consider that done, at least at this stage. Now what we can do is get all the stuff that we don't need to export as a 3ds out of the scene. Select all this. The only thing we need to keep is these storage facilities. So anything that's not storage facility, we'll get it out of here. Delete that out. So we're left with this, all center oriented. So this is not built in place, for example. As far as the tracks go, this is all zero, what they consider to be zero oriented. Okay, now we've got everything out of our scene that we don't want. Our texture's applied, it's unwrapped. Now we can export this out as a 3ds. Okay, let's see. Modeling, Dash Bunnies, Cross, 3ds, and then make sure we choose 3ds. And storage. You can name it whatever you'd like, but I've already had a name, I guess, for this since I started on it. But name it something, I guess, that makes sense. And that just makes sense to me. Alright, there we go. Save that. It's going to tell you, it gets as far as for the texture coherence, and if it's not in compliance with the 3ds format, it's going to kind of yell at you to say it's going to rename it. We don't need to worry about that. So we're going to end up scripting it, which is going to allow us to name it whatever we want. Okay, so close that. So that should have spit out a 3ds file right there. Now this 3ds file we're open into our Max 5. This is what I tend to use. Anything that uses is able to utilize the pass export plugin. In my case, it ends up being 3D Max 5. We'll bring that in there, apply the texture, spit that out as a pass, and be able to put that into Make 3DO and spit out our 3DO. So there's a little bit of a process there, I guess, as far as to get where we need to be. We're all done with this. Close this out. Okay. And then what I'll do, I'll bring up the track here for now. and we're going to get out of this and open up 3ds Max 5. We're done with. We got everything saved and all that good stuff. So let me switch this over here real quick. I'm gonna hide behind the curtain, so don't worry. I'll be right back. Wondering what the poly count is? Well, we can look at that in Max 5. We'll look at that in Max 5. Poly count, I don't feel it's that ridiculous. It should be more than compliant with Inter 2003 standards. So I'm gonna load up Max 5. Just give me a second here to load that up. Appreciate everybody sticking around, I guess, as far as for we got going on here for Spline Design Studios Saturday. We tend to like to be really creative here on Saturdays, but also be able to test our work in its element. In this case, Inter 2003, NASCAR Racing 2003. Yes, I said that right. 2003 was the better part of 18 years old sim, and we're still creating content for it. Okay, so got this. Bring this back. So we got our Max 5 loaded. Now we need to import that 3DS that we created previously. Mesh cross storage facility. There's our 3DS. We want to completely.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
19 actually. What do you mean? What did I F up on? So anyway, we've completely replace the scene and don't convert the units. So bring that whole thing in there. So now from here we can check and see how many polys we have. Let's take a look. So if we go into here, let's select all the polys. 1040. 1040 polys. That's actually not too bad. Verts. We have 942. That's actually pretty decent considering it's a pretty simplistic model, but there's a lot going on with it. There's 26 units of these things. I think for one model, that's actually pretty big on good. February 4th was 19th anniversary. Oh, as far as Inter 2003. Well, there you have it. As I said, if nothing else, it'd be the better part of 18 years old. And we're still making content for it. Yep, there you have it, folks. There's the hardcore evidence. So we have 942 verts and 1040 polygons. Pretty decent, actually, considering the Boolean cuts that we did to. Wait a minute, what's going on with that backside there? What the hell? Something screw up. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Let me render this real quick. Why did it do that? That's weird. Oh, I know what I did. Well, see, I mentioned this earlier, chat. When I copied that front side there, I didn't flip that over. I mentioned that already, so I already know what I did wrong. That poly is there, it's just flipped. So I know what I did wrong, so I know what I would need to fix. Yeah, so when I copied it from this side, right? Instead of going through the whole process to get this side done, all I did was clone it, but I forgot to flip it. So it's actually there, it's just turned the wrong direction. I said that way back, maybe about 3 hours ago. So that's why these polys look like they got holes in there. They're actually there. They're just flipped the wrong way. I'm gonna leave it like that for now. I already know what I need to fix. So that's pretty simple, actually. Yeah. So the normals are flipped. Yep. Because of the way I created this side first, as far as to build off an edge, and when I cloned it and brought it to the back side here, I didn't flip that so that it was facing out the proper direction. No, every single one of these has got that peak on that gable end as far as flipped the wrong way. So yeah, see, if you look on the underside here, you can see they're flipped that way as far as inside the building. Like I said, I'm going to leave it like that for now. I already know what needs to be fixed on it, and we'll do that. I'll do that post-stream. Big dummy. I even said that, too, I guess, as far as I'm going to have to make sure that I flip that. And I never did. It's crazy. Okay, so we got this where it is. Now we got to apply the texture physically to the model. I'm also going to rename this. Because of the 3DS format, you can only have 8 characters, I think it is. I forget how many characters. I could have kind of chopped it off a little. We're going to change that. Okay, cool. And then bring up our material editor. And apply the physical texture. Okay, so what am I in here? That's not where I want to be. So the last thing we worked on was the victory lane for Texas. There are some things for Texas. I just want to make a quick note for anybody that might be wondering. Torch has got some things done with Torch. Probably won't have time to show it this week, but hopefully start of next week or whatever we'll get that shown. I guess the main focus here, like I've already mentioned, the Torch was mostly going to be on Lacrosse here. We got the 2 tracks going on here now, so it's like one's near completion, this one's just getting started. So lots of things to come, I guess, as far as on streams here, I guess, as far as for Spline Design Studios Saturday. Alright, we need to open this texture in bitmap form. I'm going to need to make a MIP for it at one point or another here before we can get it in the sandbox. So, okay. Texture's in there. It's kind of hard to tell that it's actually there because it's still gray. That's alright. I could have made it a little bit more contrasting, but failure on my part. Let's do this. Okay, so the texture is physically applied to the model. May not look like it, but it is. It did change color, I guess, as far as just ever so slightly. There we go. So now we got our texture physically applied to the model. We got our mesh name, what we want it. Now we can spit this out as a pass file. That's why we opened up this version of Max. And this is all assuming that you have the pass export installed. That's working properly. Okay, we need to go to C, 3D modeling, items, browse, facility, 3DS. And we need to select pass. This is where we want to save it. And we're going to call this one also. Let me spell it right. Storage facility. And it's as a pass file. So let's spit that out. Now, just to confirm that it is in here, there's our pass file. Now, the way I've got this script initially set up here, it's just adding population to it. That is the name of our pass file, storage facility.pass. So in order to use the script, you have to name the pass and coordinates there. So that's what we've got. This is the script we're going to initially apply so we can get the population switch that gets applied to our model. Alright, so while I'm at it here, I'm also going to create a MIP file based on this texture. I know it's very simple at this stage, but it still need one, I guess, as far as to be able to get into the sandbox. We're going to open up our handy dandy WinMIP 2. Okay, and then we want to go to games folder. No, my bad. Ahead of myself. No. So I gotta go here. Yep, storage facility, 3DS, open this up, and we're gonna make a MIP file. This is what texture format that Enter 2003 needs. Create a MIP. Settings just like it is. Eventually this will probably end up having transparency to depict, I guess, as far as those half open doors on that. Right now it's not going to have that for now. We'll be able to apply that later. Save as. Right in the 3DS folder, I guess that'll work. MIP. Okay, let's spit out our MIP. That. And then I'm going to move this outside of our 3ds folder. This is where I'm going to have all the things that are related to that, so be it the texture and the 3DO. Anything that's raw files is going to be in this folder. Okay. We are pretty much ready now to be able to create our 3DO. So we're going to take our pass file, our script, and our raw texture. And you can use either the MIP or the raw texture, it doesn't really matter. Just as long as you have some form of the texture, so that when you run it through Make 3DO, it can actually apply it to the model. Okay, now I need to open up my Make 3DO directory, which I like to put it in my program files because it is a program, even though it is a command prompt program. Paste all that into there, which is these 3 things. Now we need to call up this Make 3DO. And we can do that by a command prompt. So go into our start menu, CMD to bring up a command prompt. Okay, I'm going to shorten this up just a little bit. Now what we need to do is point to this directory. CD backslash again, that's for change directory, and then copy everything to the right of the drive, paste it into here, enter. That gets us to the directory that we're working with here. Now we need to call the Make 3DO program, which is the Make 3DO. Now we got to tell it what we wanted to do. In this case, we wanted to read that script, which is -S for script. The name of it, which is storage facility. Now, to ensure, I guess, as far as I get the right name for it, I can do the same thing like I did for the address as far as what we want to change the directory to. We're going to copy that, paste that into here. That way I know it's spelled the way it needs to. And then .psg for script. And then no other parameters to it. We don't have any reflection or anything like that, so that's all we need. Spit that out, and there's our 3DO. So initially we have 3D SimEd. Look at this through 3D SimEd. There's our model. The simple texture to it. Now it's just a matter of getting it in the sandbox. But we're good so far with this. So we didn't crash 3D SimEd or anything like that, so that's always a good sign. Cut this out, and I'm going to put that into here with our MIP file. Now from here, I can take these two, copy it to our track edit folder, which is right here, paste it in. Now we can get this into our track. Go into here, and we need to be in track object placement view. So in order to get this in here, so once we get this, we can do a right click, go down to our list, and we should see storage facility right here. And sometimes this is what will happen, is it won't load in right away, and that's kind of normal. So just to make sure that it does highlight in here, let's choose our pull down so it's in the track here. It just doesn't populate right away. Sometimes this will happen. As long as it's in your items list here, it's right there. So we can initially just kind of get this in position here like this. Now what we'll need to do, I like to go back to geometry view and save as a new PTF. So this one I'm going to do add storage, just to keep it short. And I can use camel lettering. Let's do. We'll get rid of the there we go. Just something that gives you a little brief explanation, I guess, as far as what is going on with this PTF save. Now we'll save that. Then we'll confirm that that did save. Is right here. There's our PTF and our SBX, which is just a file in addition that Sandbox creates. for the settings that are in Sandbox. In most cases, you don't need that. I guess as far as you just need the PTF. Okay. Now we need to reload this track. Do a new. Reopen that newly saved PTF that we just did. And that should load in our model. Give it a second. Alright, looks like our model is in there. There it is. Now it's just a matter of getting it manually put into position based on the driveways that are... James was already pretty clever already to get this area already lined up. So if we did everything right on our end, I guess as far as to line what James has already got in here, this should line right up. And if we need to do any additional adjustments, then we'll find out right now. Highlight that. These driveways should line right up. Now, if it was to be built in place, I guess as far as to have the track in our 3D Max, we wouldn't even need to do this. It'd already be where it would need to be, based on a ground plane of the actual track built in place as far as IRL. Okay, let's see what we got here. How did we do? I don't think we did too bad. Yeah, there's, and this is what I was talking about, Razor James. How some of these areas might not be exactly where they need to be. So I'm kind of level all the way across here, but it kind of goes on a skew here. This is what I was tending to wonder if what was going to happen. The majority of these actually are lining up pretty well. These are the driveways going into each storage thing there. Let's see how the height is, though. Check that out. So we're on the back stretch. There's going to be a tree line in front of this too, and it looks kind of crappy right now because it's just this really simple texture onto it. It'll look a lot better later on. Trust me. I promise. But there they are. So there's our missing polys on the back on the one side. But I think that's our initial position there. So height-wise, it looks good. I think. Oh, maybe it is too far on the ground. Hold on. Might have to go up on the Z a little bit. Let's see what we got here. Should have used a more contrasting color, that's for sure. It would have helped a lot. Alright, so let's go to fix. And let's change the Z. Need to bring that up a little bit, obviously. We will be here in a minute. Yeah, so almost. It took us a little bit longer than we anticipated, but we're getting there. We're getting the item into the track as we speak. Just checking alignment, initial alignment. Making appropriate adjustments. Oh, that's too high. Definitely too high. So 3.1 seems to be about the lucky number there. Okay, now, are we off? Needs to go, this should be the X. Let's go this way a little bit. Maybe not quite that much. Alright, we'll put it there, and then go a little bit on the Y. Okay. Try that. Yeah, so again, Razor James, this is what I was kind of wondering if that would need to be redone as far as this thing, because there's still a little bit of spacing between these drives. For the most part, it lines up pretty dang good. This is what I was wondering as far as how well those were going to line up. This one seems to be off with so tad. far as overhangs like that. A little bit of spacing in here. These seem to be pretty uniform, right? I don't know. That's the only thing I was concerned about, I guess, as far as how well that's going to line up. If that outfield texture would need to be adjusted a little bit. That was all. For the most part, it looks pretty good. It turned out pretty good. We're going to go ahead and save this way. And my approach, I always like to go back to geometry view. Okay, I'll save that as, and I'm going to overwrite this one I already did. We just made, because our object didn't load in, I guess, there initially, so we just made the appropriate adjustments, and it's still dealing with the same thing, so that's pretty fair. Okay, so there is the initial placement of the storage facility. I know it doesn't look like much right now, but trust me, it'll look much prettier, I guess, as far as once we get it texture mapped and so on and so forth. So I'll leave it to Racer James as to whether or not there needs to be any additional adjustment. More adjustment, I guess, as far as to the placement of these buildings in comparison to what he's already got in the track. And we'll end up going from there. Most part, I don't think it turned out too bad. I will fix these post-stream, I guess, as far as those being flip normals. That's what's considered a flip poly or flip normal. That was just a boo-boo on my part. Okay then. I almost really want to put a different color to this. I think I'm going to do that real quick. Let me do this real quick. That way it'll show up better in the sim too. Say keep going as is, minor rotation and repaint. And that's the only thing I was mentioning to you, Racer James, if that would have to be adjusted, is all. That was it. Because I think your measurements and my measurements might have a slight deviation. And even, by a meter or so. Even a half a meter for that matter. I'm going to recolor this though. Let's put something a little bit more contrasting. Let's try, I don't know, magenta? Yeah, let's go like crazy contrast. Woo, baby. Alright, let's do file. Save as. And I'm still just going to do as a bitmap. Okay. And that should also show in here. Yep. So this is going to be a little more contrasting. Sweet. Alright, now let's make a new MIP file. Based on that. Here. Go to here. We need to open this up with our WinMip 2 again and make a new MIP file based on that. New color. This texture will look a lot better. See, now it won't matter at this point. It's probably a fair mention while I got this open. If I put this invisible color on the texture for the MIP, that is not going to create it to be have any transparency, because the model itself, prior to export to pass file, didn't have a texture with alpha channel to it. So if you ever want to try to apply transparency to a model, the texture that you apply to the model prior to pass export has to have an alpha channel to it. I just thought I'd throw that out there. All right, so we're gonna make a new MIP. So even if we did create that swath for the transparency color in WinMip 2, it's not going to make it transparent. Alright, so we'll spit that out. Cool, that's our new texture. Close that. Bring this new MIP over this way. Paste it. Yes, please. And then copy this into our track edit folder. Right here. Paste. New, and then what we'll do is reload the track, and it'll show that more contrasting, that magenta. Already saved it, and reload that same PTF save. For an outfield behind a tree, expecting. Nice. So now we got more contrast to this. We'll be able to see this a little bit more contrastingly. Yoish. Yeah, so like James is mentioning, as far as there will be a tree line in between this facility and backstretch wall. You won't see a whole lot of this, right? But this I feel will also make it a little bit more visible, I guess, as far as when we check this out in the game. We're going to check it out in its element. So we're almost there. Alright. Let me get the appropriate files moved over. I'm going to close some things down here. We're done with this for now. Reset. Nope. Yes. Let's get out of that. Okay. Something I want to check out here right in Sandbox while we're at it. Because the way we did the script on this one here has the population switch to it. What this will allow is by depressing the O key within the sim, this will allow this to go bye-bye as far as become invisible. Let me kind of demonstrate that. So if we set this up in here, population switch. Helps when you spell it right. And what we want to do is set it to a 0 so that it actually will depopulate it. That makes it go bye-bye. As well as some other objects that are set up the same way. So when you push the O key again, it'll bring it back. And that's, so let's say for example, state variable 1 by 1, press the O key in the sim, brings it back. There you go. That's how that works as far as how that's scripted so far. There might be additional scripting that'll be added to it to do what Racer James was talking about, I guess, as far as to have different race weekend switches, to have doors open and closed and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of adjustability in that fashion. Okie dokie then. There's all that. Are we ready to get into? I'm gonna get these things, all the things moved over. So you'll have to give me a second as far as to get these files moved over. A little bit of busy work as far as to get that work. What is that there, Torch? NASCAR Cup official. Oh, it didn't show the whole link, I guess. Something over at Stunnout, I see. Oh, accident. 1 second, 2 seconds. The asshole's already counting. He's like, I want to see some racing. Yeah, I got you. All right, let me get the things moved over. All right. I get in the right folder. So this is the folder. Oh, I need it. Okay. Level, that's in the 2-4. Gotcha. This bad boy. There we go. Okay. A little bit of busy work, so bear with me. Back, let me switch this over here so you can all see what the heck.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
I'm gonna have to run in a minute to pick up my son for work. Okay, no problem there, Torch. We're just gonna be testing it out. Like I said, we'll get into looking at what you did for Texas, and if you got anything more, definitely feel free to let me know. We just had a lot going on, I guess, as far as with this one here. Took a little bit longer than we anticipated, but. Yeah, for this build being fresh, yeah, absolutely. Alright, let me switch this over here so you can all see what I'm doing here, though. There we go. Alright, so all I'm doing is moving over. You may, okay. Fair enough there, Torch. A lot of the stuff that I have seen there, folks, a lot of shading and shadows, I guess, as far as for the Texas build. Have been applied there. Lone Star Hotel has been updated, so if you want to see any of that, definitely tune into the channel, I guess, as far as to get all the latest and greatest for the Texas build. That's really starting to get. Alright, so all I'm doing here is moving from the track edit folder to our game tractor. And our 3DO and these 3 files, I gotta move these over to our game track directory. Which is paste that in there. All these should be brand new, so nothing should be being replaced. Just got our 3DO and our MIP there. Our PTF file, we gotta overwrite. Let's back up, I guess, as far as our previous PTF here, so I'm gonna back this one up. Backing that one up and rename this one here that has our storage facility applied to it. As well as everything else. Take off station to it. Voila. So we got everything that we need to be able to load that up now. Like I said, just that little bit of busy work. So let's initially get this thing loaded up, shall we? See how we did. Sim. I will say right off the bat, I still haven't adjusted this screen here for the latest and greatest NASCAR Cup Series 22 mod that's officially available over at Stunod. I was wondering if that was what Torch was posting there. A lot of stuff related to the Full Circle Racing Designs latest mod with the NCS 22 mod. Feel free to go over to Stunod and check that out. Put that. Alright, let's go to testing mode with this mod at Lacrosse. Voila, and there's our facility over there in the backstretch. So far it's loading up good. Alright, let's get some that's testing mode. So the track is loading good. That's always a good sign. Let's go into single race and we'll load up some AI with it. There have been some changes since last time we raced on it, last week we raced on it, to the way the pace car paces the field as far as how it comes, how it parks itself as far as to stay out on the track instead of coming right down pit road immediately as far as an initial start. So that's been another adjustment that's been made to the track. Okay, cars loading in. There they are. Cool, let's put it on TV1. And what I'm going to do is go ahead and turn off surround background music so you can hear the sounds of the game. So you can see the facility in the background that we just did all this time. A better part of 4 hours worth of work. Let's take a look at some of the AI going around. But yeah, there's the facility that we created there. That's why I added a little bit more contrast so you can really tell where it's at. Large and in charge for sure. Get a chance to see how the AI respond with this mod. We did get a little bit of chance when I raced last week. It was not too well. I didn't have a very good setup, and I still don't really have a really good setup. But I think I'm going to reserve myself to actually race itself. Because my setup that I've got right here, it needs work. It needs a ton of work. I figured if nothing else, we wanted to at least be able to get into the track. I know it's getting late. I know people are cranky. I know I am because I'm getting hungry. But we at least got the model in here. Yeah, this one's panned out a little bit. But yeah, you can see those. That's why I added that contrast. I think it turned out great as far as the scaling of it. Fantastic. They has been completely redone. I noticed. Are they in third gear? Oh, they are in third gear. yeah, so I guess I haven't gotten those changes from you yet. What I will do as far as I will start a race and we can watch the new pace car function. I guess as far as how it'll stay out on track, they actually pace the field before it parks instead of coming immediately down pit road. All right, so that way let's take a look at that function as far as the pace car. We'll go out of this. I don't know. Can you all hear the sounds? The game sounds there. I know some of these cameras are kind of panned out too. Yeah, so just like Racer James had mentioned there, I guess they're stuck in third gear. I guess I hadn't noticed that before. All right, let's go to race. I'm just gonna go ahead and retire. You can see where the pace car's at. This is outside of turn 1.
Drivers, to your cars.
This is turns 1 and 2. Pit lane is like right here, to the left. So you'll notice once I'm gonna go drive. If I had a better setup, I would race. So my setup for this still stinks, and I want to get better. Fire. Back in the replay, go to live. And we're going to set this to the pace car. So we're going to watch the pace car. So he's pacing the field. So for anybody that watched last week, the pace car immediately came down pit road and he paced the field from pit road. Now he's still out on the track. So he's coming down the... Yeah, so now he goes into his parking spot, and it's still plenty of time for the lead car. Back this up. I'm going to show this. It's still... They're still racing, I guess, in real time. I just rewind. Pace car, as you see, it parks and goes all the way around pit road. That's been the latest update, I guess, as far as to that function. So leader. See just below the screen there, he's out of screen. Parks the car. He's well enough out of the way for the whole field to get to take. Okay, so you have to picture, if you will, the flagger as far as right there at that line, as far as the lead segment. There may be some adjustment that may need to be made as far as the restart decision. Once the flagger gets put into the proper position there, I guess, as far as on the track, but that's at least one step, I guess, as far as to get the pace car to actually stay out there and park properly, I guess, as far as to pace the field. Hopefully that makes. Right. So track is getting along. It's coming along there pretty nicely. Racer James has obviously got quite a bit done, more than what I've got here, obviously. He's got some tree lines in, billboards. The only thing that I've really done, I guess, as far as besides that, is that storage facility. They'll still get work on. They are there in the backstretch. So that there is the backstretch. Just for perspective point of view. Cars actually race pretty good. Let's go through the field. A lot of fictional cars, but yeah, they race pretty good. AI is pretty solid. Other than the fact that, like Racer James had mentioned, they get stuck in third gear. That's already been fixed. Here, let me go to... I don't know if you all can hear it. I can barely hear it myself, so I'm sure you guys can. Let me go to... Let's go to this view. I'll be able to hear something now. These cars actually turned out pretty nice the way they did these. They did this mod. They actually redline it there a little bit, I noticed, and it's probably because they're not shifting. Yeah, but even from that perspective there, you can still see that storage facility out on the backstretch. But the fact that they still will be semi-visible, I guess, as far as from the track, even with that tree line in there. Got a little rough and tumble there. That's what I was wondering, if you can see the storage from... Yeah, I think you'll be able to see them pretty good. I don't know how thick of a tree line, I guess, you got in the track, but yeah, you can definitely see it. So from in-car there they are. Going down the backstretch. that's pretty cool. So I think, yeah, the scaling and all that stuff, I think we did pretty good on that as far as the height of the buildings and all that. I figured having that peeking through the trees would be worth. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Whatever immersion that you can get into the track, I think is, yeah. And keeping them relatively simple too. You know, they're just simple boxes. They, you know, they don't have the eaves and all that detail, I guess, as far as to it. It's just to make it known, I guess, that there is some type of facility on the other side of the tree line. I think it definitely adds something. Will add something to it. Adding everything else that you've got already applied to it, like the billboards and whatever type of track condition light. I don't know what kind this facility has, if they have any at all. Lots of things, I guess, to be considered, I guess, as far as for creation on this build. I hope, if nothing else, you guys got a little bit of feel, I guess, as far as a little bit of racing. Like I said, if I had a better setup, I would race. But the setup that I got for this one is kind of garbage. I need to work on it a little bit. It's a fun track to drive on, though. I will say that. I think especially if you got a much more stable setup. Yeah, see, there's even some passing with these guys. It's pretty cool for short track racing. How many laps is this? 13? I don't know if y'all want to see it all. Want to see it all the way through? No cautions yet. That's good. They kind of go back pretty quick too. So I kind of get a kick out of watching cars AI as far as how they function, and to witness whether or not they have some issue. These don't seem to have any issue at all, other than the fact that they're kind of stuck in third gear, which, as again, Racer James already mentioned, that's been corrected. Oh, we got a little bit more rough and tumble back here. They're trying to get 3 wide over here. It is definitely fun to watch. Absolutely. Okay, where are we at here? So Ryan Blaney's running. In the 12. This is the 11th position right here. Ryan Blaney in the number 12. This is 11th position. It's kind of mid-pack. Semi-mid-pack. Yep. They're going... They got at least 2 wide there. Try to go 3 wide, that's for sure. I can do it. Played that one. I'm glad those sound bits are working, that's for sure. Holy crap. Racer James. You can do it. And we'll let this ride out. We got 1 more lap. So we can actually see how they... I was hoping... we'll probably still have to test their Racer James. I didn't really do that just yet. As far as to do like a longer cycle or maybe even a higher pit frequency to see how the cars actually will behave with those pit lines. If they will, say for example, prioritize, I guess, the pit 0 as opposed to that. As long as you're keeping those particular lines. There you go. There's the race win. Who we're on anyway? Number 5. And I think that's the makeshift. Oh, it's Kyle Larson. Okay, never mind. Yeah, so Kyle Larson, our current NASCAR Cup Series champion from last season. He actually wins this race. There you go. Guy's even good over here. Let's see, on the race windscreen needs painted. Oh, yeah. Okay, so he did actually park it. Yeah, so they do all come down pit road. Oh, some of them are still trying to find pit road. What's going on with this guy? Oh, he's making it in. And again, you can still see the storage. Fantastic. Gonna wait for him to get to his pit stall to me. Alright, so find it. A little bit of slide action, I guess, as far as that's to be expected with the curved pit. It's really hard to eliminate that sliding in. There probably is still some adjustment that needs to be made to that, as far as that. Okay, so race win screen. Done. Oh wow, I never noticed that before. I see what you tried to do there. You gotta let this play through. Get the horns out. You gotta let it play. Oh, it never gets old. Never gets old. Yeah, so that'll play, obviously, as far as when and if you do have a win screen, as far as the TRK win STP file, I guess, as far as in your track. Otherwise, if you don't have that, the game just skips over it and goes right back to race setup screen. So you're saying that does need a little bit of work? It's actually a pretty cool concept to that win screen. So I hope everybody did get a good feel, I guess, as far as for this session, this week's session, I guess, as far as for Spline Design Studios Saturday. I know I had fun. A lot accomplished. Still work to do, I guess, as far as on that storage facility, but I'm getting a little bit hungry. I'm sure some of y'all probably get a little bit cranky and all that stuff there. It's over 5 hours. Holy crap. Time flies when you have fun. Let me take a look and see who we got for... Shoot, I closed that. Dummy. Okay, hold on a second. Bear with me. I goofed it. Oh, I thought I did something not so good. Hold on. Yep. Okay, cool. Step. There we go. Cool. Alright, I just had to get some music going there. Alright, I'm going to take a look and see what I got for potential raid target. And hopefully you guys will join me up on the raid if I do find one. If not, totally understandable. I guess as far as need to go. I know Torch already mentioned he had to duck out, I guess, as far as to go pick his son up, I guess, from work. So let's see what we got here. Wow, I can't believe it. I had lots of fun there, folks. I hope y'all did too. I think I know where we're gonna go. I think you'll appreciate y'all's company. He's been doing some American Truck Simulator lately. He was primarily doing a lot of Farm Sim 22. He's been doing a lot of American Trucking ATS there, so I think that's where we're gonna go. We're gonna go and visit the Firebat. So again, hopefully you will come along, I guess, as far as on the raid. If not, it's totally understandable. If nothing else, I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your weekend. Probably streaming no later, I guess, as far as for Truckin' Tuesday. It'll be around 5 p.m. If there's any change to that, be sure to check out all the social medias, the Discord, and our Twitter. Those are posted on the channel. Also, !social in the chat. We'll give you the links as far as for that. Just to keep informed, I guess, as far as what's going on with the channel. Y'all been great. I had a lot of fun, like I said, and hopefully we can do it again real soon. Let me switch this over to racing. Alrighty then. Nope, that did not go. Okay, hold on. Need to fix that. So we had Racer James came in with a resub to this channel, I guess as far as right off the bat. Very much appreciated for all that support, Racer James. We had a lot of good fun. So we had a lot of people we haven't seen in a hot minute. Very much appreciated. Hopefully I can get this raid to work right. Raids never want to work for me for some reason. They just don't like me. Yes, you have a happy weekend yourself. Hopefully you have fun with your painting there. Yeah, so keep the VOCs, I guess, at a minimum. For sure. Alright. Looks like it's gonna queue. Again, folks, have a fantastic rest of your weekend. Well, hopefully we'll see you again really soon. And bye for now.